I'll start this with a very simple point. If I stop posting, then something has happened. I might disappear, but I'm going to make damn sure it's not without a trace. A lot of people have been getting the story wrong lately, and if these are my last words, then I want them to be the truth behind that night. One of my ancestors was known to have been accused of similar crimes, but his words were lost to time. That's why I'm posting this online, so that it's never lost and so that my words can reach a wider audience. I should give a little personal information so that should something indeed happen, you guys can link it back to this. My name is Mallory, and I live in a coastal town in Nova Scotia, Canada. That's about all you need. Some of you might already know who I am and where I live just based on that alone. As for the rest, I'll let you do the minimal work it takes to find the articles about the murder to figure out where I am. If you're that determined to hold a protest calling for my imprisonment or whatever on my front lawn, then you can do a bit of research. Who knows? Maybe during your reading you might see the police accounts that have proven my innocence. I guess people need someone to blame, though. Hence why I see so many comments online putting me at fault for Jake's death. And yes, after I tell my story here, you might be even further convinced that I killed Jake. But I won't get anywhere by just saying I didn't do it. So here goes nothing. Jake McLeod was my best friend. I don't mean that in the mournful eulogy way that people talk at a funeral. He truly was my closest friend. We met way back in grade school and have had each other's backs ever since. After graduation, we both found jobs within town. Jake at a gas station and myself at a fast food place. Jake always liked cars and working around them, so he was content with his job. As for myself, I didn't really know what to do with my life yet, so the fast food joint was better than nothing. At least I got to know the locals, that was nice. March 27th. It was a cold night. And typically we would go out on a Saturday to the bar for some drinks and billiards, but Jake hadn't been feeling well since Saturday, and I had to work an extra shift. So we decided to meet up the next night instead and suffer the consequences come Monday morning. I would have been fine with meeting up next week and just skipping this one, but Jake said that he really wanted to talk to me about something, so I agreed. So there we were, in the bar, sipping beer and knocking balls in holes, the dizzying noises of bar chatter and bad radio music in the background. After having lost my 5th game of the night, Jake called for a break. We took a seat in a booth, and after a few moments he decided to finally level with me. "Mallory, I'm leaving town," he said. He told me that he had been offered a new job out of town as a mechanic. His girlfriend was planning to move to the area as well for her own schooling, so it was a win-win for them. Unfortunately, the place wasn't a 15-minute drive away, meaning that it would become harder for us to hang out, and he was leaving within the week. It hurt a bit, since almost every other friend I had left already moved away too, but I understood how much this meant to him. Jake loved cars, so this was a big step up for him, and I couldn't let myself get in the way. Besides, this was the 21st century and we could still easily keep in touch, but breaking this tradition of weekend pool night was definitely saddening. He could tell it upset me a bit and bought me another beer, but I smiled and told him it was all right. We stayed there a bit longer, played one more game, and then left. It was about midnight by the time we left the bar. Since it wasn't too far away, we chose to take a short walk along the waterfront. Winters are long and annoying here in the Maritimes, so there were still a few tiny chunks of ice floating in the harbor. The sidewalks were slippery still, some spots covered in treacherous black ice, others holding the dirty mountains of snow still melting away. The waterfront was empty, and so in our addled states under the light of the street lamps we laughed and joked for no reason. Now we were passing by one of those piles of snow, and I decided it would be funny to start some 30-second fight with Jake. And so, chuckling to myself, I stumbled forward and reached for the cold, moldable solid and called out to Jake. "Hey, Jake." He didn't respond, so I figured he just wasn't paying attention. "Jake!" I had the snowball formed as I asked again. No answer. He didn't even say yeah or what as I was hoping he would. So I turned and prepared to throw the snowball. I received a kick to the face in response. I didn't know what had hit me at the time, but regardless, it was hard. Already teetering, my foot hit a patch of black ice, and the next thing I knew, I was on my back. There was a loud thud as my head slammed against the cement, pain enveloping my head like a mother swaddles her child. Dazed, I reached back and touched my skull. It was leaking, just so slightly, leaving my fingertips stained red. As my eyelids fluttered, I finally noticed that the street light had been blocked by a form. Focusing on it, I was able to discern who it was, and my heart felt like it had fallen from a great height. Jake was hanging from the streetlight, and it was his flailing foot that had kicked me as he struggled to break free. I lay there on the cold pavement, watching the life drain from my friend as he was choked to death before me. My body wouldn't respond to any panicked prompting, and my vision continued to fade in and out. So all I could do was witness Jake McLeod's last moments of fighting, then twitching, before he finally went limp, drifting in the evening air like a wind chime. Tears welled in my eyes, making it even more difficult to tell what was happening. In between fits of blubbering, I tried to call Jake's name. He wouldn't answer. He couldn't. My gaze was then averted to what was holding him up. It was a strange cord of a bright white color, almost like its interior was filled with Christmas lights. Many thorns stuck out along the sides of the rope, and I could see the dark lines along his neck where blood raced where they had pierced him. His face, though now lifeless, was frozen in place, still holding all of the last emotions that raced through his mind before death overtook him. Fear, sadness, but most of all, desire. A desire to live. There was no knot or noose of any noticeable sort to break his neck. It was simply slung around his neck to make him suffocate. His hands were still clasped around the rope, as though they could still, at any moment, free him from this travesty and save his life. But it was not to be. Instead, I was to stay there on the sidewalk with my best friend now swinging from a lamppost. Then and only then, my spine shook as a thought occurred. I looked around anxiously from my position on the ground, trying to find the perpetrator of this act, before I met the same fate, or worse. My eyes darted up and down, left and right, but without being able to move my head, I was rather limited to how far I could see. So, in the end, I could only wait for him to reveal himself to me. And reveal himself he did. From what seemed to be out of nowhere, into my field of vision came the ghastly face of a man. It glowed almost like the rope, white like sea foam and cold as the ocean, but wispy and translucent. He looked to be in his mid-30s, but I couldn't discern any real features to identify him. Everything on his face kept shifting eerily. His eyes frightened me the most, or what appeared to be lack thereof. Then, slowly but surely, a closed-lipped smile formed on his haunting face, and it continued to grow, larger than should be possible, and yet his lips stayed tucked together. That uncanny smile as his eyes burrowed into mine. It's an image that has burned into my memory, right between many images of Jake's swaying corpse. I tried to utter a question, a demand, anything, a why, a who, a what, but no words left my own lips. And once I was thoroughly traumatized, the man simply stood up, turned, and began to walk past Jake, coattails flapping in the wind, before vanishing on the spot. That's when I was finally able to scream. The night air was cold. It found the cracks in my jacket's defenses and began setting upon me without mercy. I continued crying out for someone, anyone, to come to our aid, but no one came. I didn't want to look at Jake, but there were no stars to see on that cloudy March evening. and so I was forced to think back through all our memories together as my weariness overcame me. The next thing I can remember is the different feeling against the back of my head. It was soft and comfortable, and of course I realized soon enough that it was a pillow, but it wasn't my own. You all know how recognizable one's bed is, so the moment that I knew this wasn't my bed, I shot awake and the pain came searing back as I was blinded by a white blur. Memories of the murderous face raced through my spinning mind, but once I'd calmed down, I was able to make out where I was. It was the local hospital. My parents were quite tearful and relieved to see me awake. There was a lot of hugging and crying, and yeah, that kind of mess. But the celebrations had to be put on hold. Now that I was awake after what I was told was a 3-day sleep, the doctors wanted to speak with me, the police as well. I immediately asked about Jake, with a slim hope that he too may have just been knocked out, but the officers wanted me to answer their questions first. I told them everything I just mentioned: the night at the bar, walking on the waterfront, being kicked in the face and falling down, watching Jake's body flail around, and finally the misty-faced man smiling down on me before disappearing. Once I had finished telling my side of things, one of the officers coughed and asked if I was certain about the hanging. I shouted at them that I was dead certain. How could I not be? That image was burrowed into my brain. Then the cop looked at me in the eye and replied, "We found no rope or anything of the sort at the crime scene. Jacob McLeod was found dead on the ground next to you with several lacerations around his throat. Small, but deep." The tornado returned to my brain and began to scramble my thoughts. The officer asked if the man had perhaps taken the rope away with him, but I clearly remembered him just disappearing and leaving Jacob there. They just repeated that he was found lying on the sidewalk with me, a light layer of snow beginning to build on top of us both. From the way he was positioned, they were able to discern that he hadn't fallen from that kind of height, but just went from standing level to the ground. I asked how we were found. The bar closed about an hour after we had left, and one young couple that had been visiting the area decided to have a romantic stroll in the snow along the waterfront. Then they bumped into the 2 dead bodies on the ground, well, one nearly dead and one certainly dead, and called 911. The services didn't arrive until after I was unconscious, so the officers suspected that the killer may have returned to collect the rope for whatever reason. As for the misty appearance of the suspect in the rope, they chalked it up to alcohol, something, brain injury. They didn't doubt my story, save the whole rope thing, and figured that the suspect must have thought he'd succeeded in getting us both. The doctor told me I had received a concussion, and that I'd have to stay with them for a few more days before they'd let me go, since I'd hit my head pretty hard. So about a week later, and after some more tests, I was released from the hospital and sent home. I just crawled back into bed, depressed by the loss of my friend and terrified that the killer might spot me and try to finish the job. Rumors began to circulate. They thought that I didn't want Jake to move away for some insane reason and took the most drastic measure to stop him from leaving. Really? Like, seriously? How does that even sound remotely logical to you? But emotion overwhelms rationality, I suppose. And so, those that grieved for Jake pointed a finger of blame to me, either for committing the act or not helping prevent it. But I know what happened. I know what I saw was real. That misty-faced man, the thorn-covered rope, their ghastly appearances. Pieces of their forms wispy and flowing in the winds like strands of hair. And that cruel stare, that malice-ridden smile. There was nothing earthly about that man. I don't know who or what the hell he was, but that was not a living person before me that night. My blood ran cold when his eyes bore into mine, in a way I've never experienced before. No man could strike fear like that into someone's heart, and no man could simply be extinguished on the spot to just vanish into the wind. And if my fears are correct, then it's likely he knows that I live. Either through some sixth sense that the undead possess, or perhaps if he keeps up to date with the local news. It could have been a hallucination, sure. But either way, I doubt he'll want to keep me around for much longer. I'll keep updating this blog with more information regarding the case, if I'm still around to do so. If not, then this has been the truth. Goodbye. Comment section. Marco Polo. Bruh, this is so bullshit. Stop with the creepy nonsense and just confess. Mary Oswell. Daniel, this isn't funny. First, you murder your best friend, then you make up this ridiculous story to explain it all? You killed my boyfriend, you sick asshole. Can't wait to see your ass in prison. Morgan K96. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I can't imagine how terrifying that was. Look, we should meet up and hang out sometime. It's been weeks since I've seen you, buddy. Yachts and Thoughts. Yeah, this guy is full of shit. Either he did it or he's trying to get clout by making a horror story out of his friend's death. Guy's fucked. Somnium. I heard a lot of rumors about this case, so I decided to look more into it. Everything Mallory says here lines up with police reports and such. So I believe him. Stay safe, man. That guy could be anywhere. Creepy Stories for the Dark. Love this story, man. Mind if I narrate it on my channel? I'd give you full credit. April 19th, 2019. He came back, and I don't know what to do now. I'm just going to assume you've read my first post, since I don't want to relive those memories right now. Not with everything that's going on. It'd be a waste of time anyways. Also, thank you to Mary for just throwing my name out there, despite my desire to stay somewhat anonymous. And I'm sorry. For those curious, I've already deleted the comment, so, yeah. I didn't attend Jake's funeral. I got a reprimand for that, but I was terrified for some reason that his killer would be there, getting some sick kick out of watching his victim being lowered into the earth. I didn't leave the house for a good week, cowering under my sheets and reading the responses to the first blog. I would only leave my room to get food or use the bathroom, and I would return quickly to bed and mindlessly watch YouTube videos to take my mind off of things. My parents checked on me daily, but they mostly left me to my own devices. They figured that this was just a coping mechanism. The police continued investigating to an extent, but with no real leads to go on, things were moving slowly. I attempted to do research about that thing, the Mistman, but every time I tried, those damned images would fill my mind. First Jake, then the smile, and Jake again. Then, akin to holding one's breath and running through a cemetery, I managed to swiftly enter a search result. Misty Ghost Killer. I wasn't really expecting much, nor should I have been, and naturally it didn't return any relevant information. Just a bunch of spooky ghost stories for me to indulge in and haunt myself with even more should I choose to. I avoided them like the plague. It stormed one night, one of the first heavy spring rains. Then the wind rattled against my shutters all night long, forcing me to stay awake in case he showed up, even if it was only one knock, just to fuck with me some more. Not that my sleep schedule wasn't already ruined. And so there I stayed, locked away in my room by my own doing, the Swiss Army knife always in hand should the Mistman come for me. I only left the house one other time before the second incident, and that was for a doctor's appointment. Just some basic stuff, checking on how I was doing, if my head felt funny, if I was coping well with losing my friend. The doc took notice in my reclusive behavior and said that if it and my mood continued for too long, that they might direct me to a therapist for additional counseling. Great. Then Morgan messaged me. He left me a comment on the last blog, alongside trying to contact me in every shape and form. I didn't respond because, again, I had no interest in going out in the open, thank you. But Morgan is the persistent type, and a few days ago he showed up at my door. Mom let him in, and he pretty well dragged me down the stairs to go outside. Lily was with him, another friend from school. Seeing her made me quite happy. I'll admit it now, yes, I'd had a crush on her for a bit, but never really did much about it and just tried to suppress those feelings after high school. As my behavior should tell, I'm not the bravest man on earth. Morgan and Lily had come along to make me breathe some fresh air instead of the depressing stink of my fifth-day worn jeans. I mumbled something about being busy, but it was easily overpowered by Mom saying it was a fantastic idea, which left me with no options. It wasn't a clear, sunny day, but one of those days where the sky is covered in clouds ready to burst, and there's a light mist to the brisk morning air. So, sloppily pulling on my raincoat, I found my shoes and stumbled out to meet my old classmates. Now, Lily was in a lot of my classes over the years, but Morgan and I really only got to know each other during the last year of high school. But that didn't stop us from bonding over online games and such. We made such a great team, the three of us. God, Morgan seemed to be dealing with the loss far better than I, but he was also a really determined guy. He'd persevere through anything with a grin on his face. Lily was more timid and not much for talk, but she was still quite sweet when you did interact with her. We wandered into town and stopped by an ice cream parlor, where between comforting bites I retold them the painful story. Wandering on through town, our shoes clapping against the wet cement. It was nice being around other people again. But before long, I'd grown distracted and didn't notice where we had ended up. We were back on the waterfront. Not on the same spot as before, but it was enough to strike my heart with anxiety. I had a hand on my back that made me whirl on the spot and nearly trip, scaring a shy Lily and friendly Morgan, whose hand was taken aback by my reaction. "Come on, let's go somewhere else," he replied. The sun stayed hidden and the air stayed damp. We had passed the high school and were now strolling through the suburbs, passing along a large hedge. That's when Lily asked her first question since we met up. "Do you really believe that Jake's killer is a ghost?" I stopped for a moment, beginning to doubt myself. It could all have been as the doctor described. Just a hallucination in a high-stress situation, mixed with alcohol and hitting my head really hard. But that cold, that fear he put into me, that was real. "I don't really know," was all I could say. Because I truly didn't. And that was worse than having an answer, because I had no idea what to expect from the murderer. That's why I was frozen on the spot when Morgan's face exploded. Pieces of brain matter and blood splattered all over my jacket sleeve, but my brain was caught off guard so hard that its wheels were still spinning in mud. Lily's screams became muffled and distant as I tried to comprehend what was happening so I could react properly, but it took far too long. And as Morgan fell to the ground, out of my line of sight, I was greeted with the more horrific sight. The shining white barrel of a gun with its entire body seemingly smoking from that one shot. Lily's touch finally broke me out of the trance, and I began to move in the direction she was pulling me in. I was glad I got to hold her hand in that moment. It was a strange comfort while trying to avoid being killed, but nothing good seems to last for me. Lily screamed again as she was jerked back, and when I turned, I saw the missed man's ghastly hand clutching her hair ferociously, refusing to let her escape. "Let her go!" I howled, pulling on her hand as hard as I could. But it was for naught. I saw the purest form of shock and terror ripple across her face as the fiend yanked her back and stuck her in the back with a knife. I kept pulling in a futile attempt to save her life, but Lily did not move. All she did was jerk and cry out as the man struggled to drag the knife up and through her body, only being able to do so by thrusting it upwards so far before having to thrust again. And when he couldn't cleave bone, he withdrew the knife and stepped away. Lily dropped into my arms, and I held her as I kneeled on the pavement. I watched the last pieces of her consciousness fade away, her eyes eliciting the same fleeting life that Jake's spasms contained. I had no words for her, only tears flowed. I couldn't even bring up the courage to say, "I'm sorry" or "I love you." All I could do was cry out and take in the image of her face, glancing at Morgan to mourn him as well. But he wasn't satisfied with just their lives. He wanted to burn me, to torture me. With a strength I never expected, he ripped my sweet Lily from my hands and swung his knife around her horribly, destroying any ounce of her former beauty in seconds before letting her drop to the ground like a child bored of their rag doll. My brain screamed not to look. It wished to keep the memory of her face from only seconds before, but everything felt slow. I couldn't take my eyes off of her as the man took her from me, and so the mess of flesh and scars was my sight to behold. I sat there, bawling for the dead, before looking up and finally getting a look at my assailant. I had called him the Mist Man before, but to actually see him drove the name home even more. His entire form was drifting and flowing, yet there was no wind on this road. He wore an old-fashioned trench coat similar to one a sailor might have, tattered and ripped in several places, yet swaying in the breeze like the retreating mist. The shoulders had parts standing up like sharpened spikes. Hanging from his side was an equally old flintlock pistol, the same gun that took Morgan's life. The knife rested in his hand, but it dripped not with crimson red, but a fluid that matched the unholy white of his body. He had one of those sailor-style hats as well, the one shaped like a triangle, and it hid the top half of his face. Only upon lifting his face to greet me did I once again feel the unrelenting power of his stare and the cartoonish smile scrawled across his face. There was nothing left to do. Slowly, I crawled back from the specter on my hands, keeping both eyes fixated on the creature before scrambling to my feet and sprinting for my life, screaming through the neighborhood for someone to help. My eyes were blurred by tears, so I nearly ran down the first person I ran into, an older man walking his dog. I grasped his arm shakily and pointed down the road, telling him about the Mist Man and what he had done. The guy craned his neck down the road and his eyes widened before answering, "Oh shit, come on, he's coming." I didn't want to look behind me, out of fear that I'd freeze up yet again. I just listened and followed the fellow, who I later learned was named Gary, to his house. Gary locked the door behind him and told me to go down the hall into the kitchen and call the police. As I did so, I could hear Gary rushing between rooms upstairs, and just as I finished explaining the situation to the police, he returned. In his hand was his own rifle. What kind I had no idea, but seeing it both frightened and reassured me that I'd be all right here. Gary asked for the phone and I handed it right over. He explained the situation to the police as well, saying how we were in his home at that address and we had locked the doors and closed the curtains. We were told to just stay on the line and wait for the police cruiser to arrive. The ensuing wait was the longest and quietest wait of my life. I nearly had a heart attack when the operator asked if we were still in the line. Other than the occasional yes or no into the telephone and the ticking of a clock's pendulum, Gary and I waited in near complete silence, listening intently for any sounds of an intruder attempting to finish off the only two witnesses to his crime. And that time, though, the images of my dear friends ran on repeat, no matter how hard I tried to push them down and concentrate on the here and now. With the sound of a siren approaching, the officer told us that the police had arrived. I thanked her quietly as knocking could be heard, and from the backyard, I swallowed and looked at Gary, whose face went flushed like mine. We both turned, and out on the glass patio door we saw him. There was another knock now from the front door, and I screamed to help, he's in the back! Gary put his rifle in the corner and pushed me to the front door, both of us scrambling along the way. I reached the lock and undid it, allowing the police to run into the kitchen. I frantically pointed in the direction of the Mist Man, and they seemed to understand well enough. Gary and I were escorted over to the police cruisers, open to the curious eyes of the neighborhood. I could make out people standing in their living room windows, gawking at the scene, but it couldn't be more uncomfortable than the situation I was in. They just wanted to ask us some questions, of course. One of the officers had been there during my recovery at the hospital, so I was more reassured talking to her. I told her everything you've already read above, but unlike at the hospital, she wasn't so kind. A hint of doubt clouded her eyes, and every look she gave, each raised eyebrow, only made me worry. Then she asked to do a pat-down. My heart finally sunk, but I agreed, thinking I was just overreacting to all of this and that everything was going to be okay. I had forgotten about one crucial element, though. My knife. Next thing I know, I'm being put under arrest for reasonable suspicion involving the murders on that street. Waiting in the interrogation room, my anxiety was only peaking. The only thing that kept me restrained and not lashing out wildly was that I was innocent. The Mallorys had a bad history for being falsely accused of crimes, for my own dad was nearly thrown in jail for an assault against a woman he never met, so it seemed to be a genetic thing that we grow more restless and angry than the average person when this kind of thing happens. But I didn't have the same self-confidence as my predecessors. I was scared. Terrified that I was going to be locked up after having to witness my 3 closest friends being executed by some demented maniac set on ruining my life. The cops eventually came in and began the questioning. We went in circles for a while, with little progress being made. When I asked about the real suspect, they told me that one officer had made chase, seeing his coattails leaping over a bush in Gary's backyard, but lost sight of him shortly after. They asked why I had a knife. I told them it was in case of situations like this. It was the truth and seemed reasonable enough. The interrogation continued, but there wasn't really any kind of confession they could get out of me. I knew what had happened, and Gary corroborated my story. He has seen the figure approaching and when it knocked on the patio door. My knife had no traces of blood on it, and there were no guns around the scene of the crime that could have done the damage to Morgan's face. So they had no choice but to let me go. However, they stated that they were going to keep a close eye on me, both for my protection and others. I understood their concern and thanked them. On my way out, the female's officer, whose name I finally learned, Riley, asked me a question. "Mallory, is that the name I'm thinking of? The whole folk legend name?" Yeah, it is. I suppose a quick history lesson is in order now. The Mallorys came to my town near the beginning of the 1800s, but there was an old rumor that surrounded the first settlers of my family. Apparently, back in Europe, wherever my family originated from, one of the other brothers of the guy to first come over was executed for mass murder. There wasn't any proof of this event, but people still affirm that it happened. My grandfather was into genealogy while he was still alive, and even he couldn't find anything about a Mallory committing such a crime in the history books. It was just a rumor, but it was one that made the family name look bad. Think of it like having a name of that famous Austrian painter. Okay, maybe not that bad, but you get my point. Locally, we were the ones to watch out for. Hence, my childhood was made all the harder because of it. Parents would tell their kids to stay away from the Mallorys, that they caused bad times wherever they went, and most kids either stayed away from me or bullied the hell out of me. Jake was the only friend I had growing up, and then later Morgan and Lily hung around me too. Anyways, now the police have their eyes on me, and I've committed to staying in my room almost entirely. Back to where I started, I suppose, only with less. Jake, Morgan, Lily, people's trust in me, all gone. The Mallory name is starting to live up to its reputation, and that scares me. Comment section. Insomnium. This is getting really weird. You look into anything about malevolent ghost sightings? Marco Polo. Holy shit, how is this dude getting away with this? Are you still writing this shit? Stop! Yachts and Thoughts. What an embarrassment to all the people this guy has killed. Unbelievable that his ass hasn't been mailed to prison yet. Juniper 69. Wait a minute, guys. What if Gary helped with the murder? He had a gun and Mallory had the knife. Frederick Swan. You might want to go see a medium or some shit, if this really is some kind of ghost. From the description, it sounds like something came from the same era as your family members who settled the area. Maybe there might be truth to the rumors you mentioned. As for those who are going to blast me for offering help, I only believe this with a grain of salt, but we should still offer help just in the off chance it's real. Creep Lord X. Wow, that was really scary. I don't think I can sleep. Renee H98. Stop lying, you bastard. Turn yourself in. Mary Oswell. You fucking creep. How do you keep getting away with this? Kid Sirius 1408. Fucking liar. At Somnium, you too. May 2nd, 2019. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I can't explain right now, but I promise to soon, so please believe me. I didn't do it. Tell my story soon, but you'll have to wait a bit. Marco Polo. What did he do now? Mary Oswell. Turn yourself in, Daniel. There's no hiding it. Somnium. Oh God, I hope everything is okay. Juniper 69. He'll slaughter the hospital and all the patients. Marco Polo. He murdered a lobby of people. Killer Wiener. This guy is seriously psycho. I hope the cops killed this son of a bitch. Aquarius. Mallory, you really need to see someone. Whether your mental health is degrading or if there really is a spirit from the afterlife haunting you, you need help. Creep Lord. Oh my gosh, he really did it. It was on the news. I saw it with my dad. FBI Agent 69. Bruh. May 3rd, 2019. So, as most of you who regularly tune in may have heard, the man appeared again, and he killed again. It was cruel. It was horrific. And yet again, as weak as this excuse may be starting to sound, I did not do it. This is not some case of the little boy who cried wolf. In fact, it's the very opposite of that tale. The wolf is here, and I have been trying to warn you all. It's you, the townspeople, who refuse to believe. I'll have to make this as quick and thorough as possible. Two terms that don't go together easily. I'm not writing this from my own computer, so please forgive me if I don't have the time to give a great recap on what's already happened. Even these 2 paragraphs are wasting valuable time I could be using to prove my innocence, so I'll wrap it up here and just get to the truth. It wasn't long after the second incident. I had another doctor's appointment, so my mother drove me to the hospital. The lobby was moderately busy when we arrived, so we had to sit in the waiting area for a while. The whole time my paranoia was prevalent. My foot refused to stop bouncing against the floor, and I was constantly scanning my surroundings for any sign of the missman. A small breeze from a passing patient would startle me, causing my head to whip around and confront the person that had made it. I was barely able to stop myself from screaming at them to leave me alone and to stop hurting my friends. The look in my eyes was enough to freak them out, though. That ravenous primal sense of alert I'd seen in the mirror every morning after a tiring night of waking up repeatedly in fits of screaming. When the doctor finally came to see me, my mom let me go on my own. She figured I'd be more comfortable talking to the doc if it was just between the two of us. I managed to give her a small smile of thanks, the first remotely happy face I'd been able to see in 2 weeks. I followed the doc through the disinfected halls, seeing some patients being rolled by on beds or escorted by relatives. The smell of rubbing alcohol was palpable, stinging the inside of my nostrils. We sat down in his office and got right to it. He did some standard health tests before we got to questioning. He asked if anything was hurt, and I said my head was fine. Did I have problems sleeping through? Yeah. Every night I've watched the missman kill my friends again and again before grappling me by the throat and choking the life out of me. He took note of this, then asked if I was eating well and getting out of my room when safe, etc. My behavior hadn't changed much, so I told him the truth. Once we were done, The doctor told me that I likely needed more specialized help and that he was going to refer me to a therapist for my mental issues, while I would succumb to the hospital just a few more times to check on my head. Disgruntled, I accepted the slip of paper with unrecognizable gibberish and thanked him before leaving. Now the hallway was no longer busy. I could hear people whining and babies crying. Something in my heart dropped like an anchor and I began to jog down the hall, only to round the corner into the lobby and see him there yet again. He stood in the center of the room, only staring in my direction with that same unnerving smile across his bastard lips. I could see the knife in his left hand, dripping once more with the milky white fluid. Swallowing, my eyes slowly drifted to his right, where his hand gripped the collar of my mother's blouse. Her eyes stared blankly to the ceiling as blood rushed from her neck, a large and horrid cut running across her throat. Tears welled in my eyes as I watched the skin begin to tear, the cut opening all around her neck, before finally meeting in the back as the monster tore her head from the body, spinal column dangling below. Others in the room couldn't contain themselves and began screaming. A few lost their lunches. Myself, however, felt something different. Through all the horror and grief, bypassing the flashing images of my dying friends, one feeling began to swell. Rage. As my blood boiled, I looked to my right and saw a hospital cart with surgical supplies. I grabbed a scalpel and gripped it tightly. My breathing grew heavy, starting to quicken, and I waited until I could overcome my fear and let my rage take over. If I didn't try to stop him, there would be no overcoming him ever. But my anger did not overpower my fear yet, and so I swallowed liters of saliva and stared down the missed man while frozen on the spot. He simply continued his strange smile and dropped my mother's head to the floor before turning away. What came next? God, I wish I could forget. It's a sight I wouldn't wish on anyone. But I need you all to know my pain, to know how much I've lost and how evil this thing is. He killed them all. I've never seen anything move so fast. With every blink, the missed man was standing before another kill, his blade driven deep into gut or neck. I tried to keep my eyes open for as long as possible, thinking it would stop him from moving if I didn't close them, but the tears forced me to blink, and so I killed each person in the lobby by not acting. I saw him drag his knife across a man's eyes, blinding him instantly and letting him suffer. I saw him break open another kid's chest and flay his ribs outwards, exposing his beating heart for all to see until it stopped. An old woman stood no chance to the beating and impalement she received from an IV stand. He approached a pregnant woman and slowly dragged the blade across her stomach before reaching inside and yanking the unborn child out. He slung the poor thing by its cord, slinging it up in the air before slamming it against the polished floor until all that remained was a squishy pulp of tissue with shards of bone scattered throughout like chocolate chips in a cookie. You might be asking yourself, why didn't anyone run? Why didn't they scream for help? They tried. I saw a few people either get up and sprint for the doors or call out for help, but the instant they'd try, a rope of thorns would fly across the room from his hand and grab the person by their neck before slowly dragging them back. I could see the thorns grow to pierce the victim's neck, and their screams turned to gurgles as they choked on their own blood. And whether they were already deceased or not, the missed man would play viciously with their bodies, methodically carving off limbs and stabbing them into unrecognizable slabs of meat. Freeze! The shout shook me from my trance, and I turned to my right to see two police officers rushing inside, guns drawn and aimed on the figure. Hope began to well up inside me. We were rescued. One of the officers looked at me. It was the officer that had been at the last two incidents. She looked at me and asked if I was okay. I barely nodded, my stomach doing flips from the overwhelming mixture of fear and joy. She finally saw him. She finally saw the missed man. She never should have taken her eyes off of him. The right side of her face began to rip and tear apart, and her entire body fell to the floor. Various projectiles had flown into her, and all sense of assurance was ripped away as I gazed upon her exposed cheekbone. Hearing a thud, I turned and saw the other officer on the floor, a freshly made hole in his face forming a well of blood. The rage began to flow again, this time overtaking my thoughts even quicker. I glared at the demon, whose head was shaking rapidly yet without sound, a silent laugh and a bewildering smile. He was mocking all of those he'd slain, flintlock in hand. Enough was enough. My will to act outweighed my fear, and for the first time I lunged at the missed man. I drove the scalpel straight into his abdomen, only for it to pass through to the other side. He reared his head back and continued shaking it around maniacally, his lips not breaking contact. I raged on, slashing and stabbing, trying to hurt him back in some way to even the score. All the while, I could only scream one word. Why? Why did he kill Jake or Morgan or Lily? And my mother, for what reason did she have to die? Or any of these innocents? Why wouldn't he kill me? Grant me mercy from this misery and just end my existence. Why me? Why now? Why did I deserve this torture? The missed man's head simply kept on rattling, giving no answer to my pleas. And then, as I fell to my hands and knees, defeated and depressed for a third time, he was carried off by a wind of unknown origin. His misty form was carried away like dust in the breeze, with his smile being the last to go. I sniffled and cried, my tears falling to the blood-stained floor. I didn't care that someone's intestines were squished between my fingers. All I could do for those few moments were crawl over to where he had dropped my mother's head and cradled her in my arms for just a brief few minutes. As I came to terms with the situation, I realized the police would be here soon. There was no getting out of this one. That is, if they caught me. I searched my mother's corpse for the keys to the family car, then hurried outside and drove off. I didn't have a license yet, but I had been practicing. I could hear cop cars in the distance, but I never ran into them. Instead, I just chose a destination and drove. Even if they trace where I posted this entry from, or look from my car, they won't find me. Not yet, at least. I've already left the area, trying to keep my resolve and not steer off the road. And I've taken other precautions to avoid arrest as well. What those are, I won't say, as they're likely using this blog to track me down. But I needed to tell the truth. That's all I've been doing since the day I started this. Trying to inform the world of what has really been going on, and warn you of the serial killing specter that follows wherever I go. I'm going to avoid people as much as possible for now. I don't want another killing to occur. But I'm also going to look into the history books and see if there's anything I can find about some kind of vengeful spirit that haunts you and kills those around you. I won't update until I find something. View all comments 451. Juniper 69. What the fuck? FBI Agent 69. This is getting crazy. Dude's actually killing people for his art. Daniel Mallory, you are a sick monster. He's a serial killer now. Holy fuck. IKEA fanboy. This guy needs a bullet put in him. A 10. Or 1 for every person he's killed. Aquarius Mary 76. And Daniel, this sounds incredibly dangerous. I would urge you to seek help, be it spiritual or mental. Kid Serious 1408. Put a fucking shotgun in your mouth and pull the trigger. No one will miss you, you scum. Come on, dude, you can beat this thing. Yachts and Thoughts. Mallory is the new name to remember. He's writing a blog so we can go back and jerk off to these scenes. Somnium. You know, I was inclined to believe you at first, give you the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not so sure anymore. If you were really just trying to tell the events as quick as possible, why did you go into so much detail about each death? I'm sorry, man, but I can't back you up anymore. You need to turn yourself over to authorities. May 6, 2019. I'm sorry. God, forgive me, forgive my soul, for I have ended your world. View all comments 709. Marco Polo. He killed someone else. Popcorn Lad. What happened? Are you okay? Somnium. Dude, just stop. This is either becoming a really shitty ARG, or you need to turn yourself over to the police. Kid Serious 1408. KYS already. Creep Lord X. Did someone else die? Yachts and Thoughts. Boring. Let's get some action. May 7th, 2019. I saw the ocean today. It looked like it was going to storm. The skies were gray, the wind was blowing, and the waves were choppy. But there wasn't any rain. Typical weather for the Maritimes, I guess. All the ice had melted by now as well. I'm sorry, it needed something to start off with so I could get myself to begin the process of writing this final entry. Yes, this is the end. Yes, I found the truth. But finding it only cemented a horrific fate for the world. So tomorrow I'll be deleting this entire blog to prevent any more people from learning of the Mistman. But I feel that I owe those of you who've been following this for some time an explanation. And besides, you're already part of the problem, so there's that. So, for the first thing I want to say is, I'm sorry. Not for deleting my last nonsensical entry that was posted in a moment of desperation and fear, but for the truth I'm about to tell. After the hospital, I stopped by my house to grab a few personal things. The police car was gone, so I assumed that the familiar officer had followed us to the hospital and left a short blog post saying I'd explain everything soon. Then I began driving for an old family cottage in a wooded area within the province. The area was of a fair size, with one large log cabin and a big barn around the back. All of the farmland from when my predecessors lived here was pretty much gone. You could see where it was, but the land would need extensive work to be useful for such tasks again. The cabin was just about as old as the first Mallorys to settle here, and it was in surprisingly good condition, mostly thanks to the constant upkeep my family had put into it over the years. It was a meeting spot for summer barbecues and such, but any other time it was left completely alone. I grabbed the key from its hidden spot, dropped my stuff on the floor, then shuffled to the bedroom and collapsed into the sheets. I covered myself in the musty fleece blanket at the end of the bed and wet myself to sleep. I only dreamt of death, but my sadness kept me locked in the dream, and so I mourned for the lost souls through my dreams. The next morning I looked for some food, but naturally there wasn't anything around. I had to go into the nearby village, but I couldn't use my mom's car. If it was spotted, I'd be caught too quickly. I knew that my dad was keeping a motorbike in the barn here as a present for when I got my license, so I swapped the car for it, filled it up with some gas from a canister, and drove it around the lot for a bit before trying the open road. I managed to make it into town, and used some cash from my wallet to purchase the basics. Bread, milk, toilet paper, bologna, mustard. On my way out, I noticed there was a library across from where I had parked. Debating with myself whether or not it was a good idea, I decided that it was probably the best place to go if I wanted to find any information on the Mistman. So I took my groceries with me and headed in. The librarian was nice enough, and she directed me to where the computers were. Guess this village didn't know to look out for me yet. I thanked her and immediately got to work. I'll cut to the chase. I didn't find shit. Mostly just medieval myths about ghosts that cursed people to bad futures or other monsters that killed loved ones but not their target. But none of that helped me. Then I remembered the blog, and with painful recollection I recounted the recent events. The fact that I couldn't find out anything about the beast, and that I was still trying to convince you guys of his existence was upsetting to say the least. I returned to the cabin and just went back to bed, paranoid of either the cops or the demon finding me. The next 2 days were pretty much the same. I spent the day in the library reading and looking for answers, to no avail. Back in the cabin, I did some scouring to find something to distract me and get me out of the habit of moping around. There were some old books and stuff, but that was about it. I also had to chop some wood for the furnace that afternoon. Then came the evening of 2 days ago. After 2 days of nothing to show for my research, I returned home yet again to a quiet cabin and a mustard and bologna sandwich. I decided to look around the cabin some more and try to learn about my family. I noticed a book on a high shelf that I couldn't reach, so I carefully shook the structure to try and make it fall. On the same slam that knocked the book off, something else fell from atop one of the rafters. When the book just proved to be an old family album from the 40s, my interest returned to the unusual package that had fallen. It was a letter, tightly bound in leather skin. Whoever wrapped it originally did not want anything to happen to it, but whoever had received it didn't seem to want anyone else to find it. So why not just destroy it? Opening it up, I found two distinctly different documents, mostly noticeable from the paper quality. The first paper read so: "To whoever finds this, these are the final words of my brother Arthur Mallory. Though they contain the power to spread a curse most foul and cruel, I cannot bring myself to burn the last thing my dearest brother sent me. I urge you not to read, but should you do so, know that you are perpetrating a legacy of evil. Signed, Kenneth Mallory, 1814. I blinked and had to read the words again. Kenneth Mallory, the original Mallory to settle in Nova Scotia from Europe. Which meant the other paper pertained to his brother Arthur, the brother that was rumored to have slaughtered many people himself. A chill sped its way through my spine. It sounded all too familiar. So, of course, I was frightfully eager to learn what happened to Arthur. The next section is a transcription of what I could determine from the contents of the letter. I warn you now, reading any further will cement your involvement in the problem of the Missman. But again, to those who have stuck with me for this long, I feel you have the right to know the truth. So one last time, I am truly sorry. Dearest brother, I write to you from a jail cell in Unreadable. I know you plan to sail to the New World in only a month, but before you go, I wish that you would receive my words on the truth behind my imprisonment. You turned your back to me when I told you that it was not my fault, and father and mother and all of our brothers, and rightfully so. Only a fool would spout such nonsense to escape the punishment of his wrongdoings, under normal circumstances. But I tell you now, brother, what I did was for the good of mankind. You know the village they claimed I ruined, yes? Well, I was traveling through the countryside with my wife Hilda when we came across it. The town was cold and miserable, with many downtrodden people wandering about it. When I asked what was wrong, I received no answer. I tried over and over again to get an answer, but none would tell me the problem. Only when I saw the coffins being taken to the local graveyard and the number of mounds of fresh soil did I know something was wrong. We went to the local inn and I asked for a room. The innkeeper told me that I didn't want to stay in town and that I should travel by night and as fast as I could get out. I told him he was crazy, paid my fare, and went on to bed. I was awoken in the night by a loud screaming, and after telling Hilda to stay in bed, I rushed out of the building to see a man standing in the middle of the road. He looked like any other sailor, but an aura of malice extruded from him. His heel had stomped its way into the head of a villager, and upon seeing his face, he wore the devil's smile. But if these features were not enough to prove that he was indeed the devil incarnate, his form that shifted like a roaring fire had to be. I called for him to stop, but he only looked at me with that ghastly look. Then, the next thing I knew, he had vanished before my eyes. Not knowing how to respond, I retreated indoors, nuzzled with my beloved wife, and held her close as I fell asleep. When I awoke the next morning, I was the one to scream as her mutilated face stared back into mine. "Oh, Hilda! How I wept and wept for you, my angel!" The innkeeper came upstairs, and when he saw me cradling her in my arms, I thought I was done for. But he simply sighed, saying that I should have left. She was buried that morning. He told me the story, or what there was to tell, of the creature over a series of pints the next morning. They had no name for it, and it gave none to them. It had simply appeared one afternoon, and killed 3 people in the middle of the town square. When it was confronted, it summoned a mighty whip of thorns and slaughtered all of the men by knocking their heads clean from their shoulders. The innkeeper then stated that it always seemed to commit more foul deeds the more people had seen it, so the town had a general rule about not going out at night, and that if you heard someone's death cries, you were not to go after them, lest you see the creature with your own eyes and continue the curse. They had tried to send for help, but each time someone left town, they'd be found hanging from the roof of a house the next morning. I stayed in my room for days, thinking on what I had been told. I could barely sleep as more screams rattled through the village. Each one I felt personally responsible for, as I had gone out and continued the curse by witnessing it kill that villager. And in my deep depression, I hatched a terrible plan. Having lost the good thing to come into my life since the end of my service as a soldier, I was going to save this village and all of Europe from disaster. Yes, I killed them. They were just farmers, simple townspeople. They were not hard to fight, but it hurt to kill them. But I had to. If they continued to see the monster, then the curse would continue on. So I slaughtered the townspeople and I burned their village to the ground. But I wasn't going to survive either. I too had witnessed the demon's actions, and so I too had to die. I prepared to stab into my abdomen, a painful way to go, but deserving to atone for my sins. But as I plunged the dagger into myself, the blade was shattered into tiny pieces. In total shock, I looked up to see the angered face of the monster before me. Its smile had inverted, and its eyes looked down upon me with disdain and hatred. However, it looked unhealthy. Its skin was stretched across its cheekbones, making it appear sickly, whereas on the night I first saw it, the beast looked like a normal, healthy young man. I had weakened it by killing those people, but it refused to let me kill myself. It needed my knowledge of its appearance to continue existing. I traveled on, trying to end my life in various ways, but the demon refused to let me die. It only seemed to have enough energy to appear on those occasions, but when it did everything in its power to stop me taking my own life. A gust of wind would push me back from the cliff's edge. A gun would jam if I tried to fire it on myself. Nothing worked. But now, I'm not the one killing me. It's the state. And when I go, I'll be taking this beast with me straight down to hell where it belongs. So do not pity me, Kenneth. I welcome this chance to sacrifice myself for the greater good. And I hope you live a long and good life across the sea. Your brother, Arthur Mallory. My hands were quaking by the time I had finished reading. The mist man wasn't gone, which meant Arthur was wrong about the curse passing to those who saw him commit evil. And connecting that thought to how I've been writing this blog, I realized the truth. It didn't matter if you knew what he looked like. All that mattered is that you knew of him. I never described him in full, but you guys had an idea of his general appearance and of his existence. We are all guilty. We are all perpetuating his existence, and now with this revelation, I was given certainty that I wasn't going mad or hallucinating him. He was real. The sound of slow clapping from behind me almost made me shout. I swallowed and could barely breathe. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to confirm my thoughts. But the pace of the clapping grew. I couldn't restrain myself any longer. Inch by inch, I pivoted my head over my shoulder. He was here. He sat at the dining table, clapping away at my great mistake. And he wasn't just some bluish-white hue any longer. Now he had color. His trench coat was a dark brown, his pants and shirt black, with a red and orange blouse beneath it. It was hard to get a clear image of him, though. Just as Arthur had said, he looked like a smudged oil painting with the movement of fire. The only crisp parts of his appearance were those cruel eyes and malevolent smile. Then, without warning, he stood up, tipped his hat, and finally opened his lips to say 3 haunting words before walking towards the door and fading away. "Thank you, Mallory." Whether my family had been lying to me about Arthur Mallory, or whether they actually knew about the letter or not, I had no idea. For all I knew, the missed man had persisted in existing because of the letter itself, and only now decided to reveal himself. Waiting for an age where information spreads like wildfire, and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Perhaps he would have just continued as a strange, ghostly form that killed had I not read the letter. But now, I have no idea what he's capable of. Now that someone has confirmed that he is absolutely real. I don't remember seeing anything after seeing him leave. The next memory I have is sitting on the dirty carpet of the cabin, the letter laying out before me. I just followed routine, but in the library I had nothing to search for. My quest was done. So I apologized. I begged God for forgiveness and I wept. Today, I was able to bring myself together enough to decide on a solution. I went back to my hometown on the bike and typed this up in an internet cafe. I've sent my login information via email to someone I knew in high school, Mary Oswell, and told her to delete this blog tomorrow morning. She'll probably be more than willing to oblige, might even get rid of it the moment she reads the email. I have no idea how far this blog has spread. I know it has a following, but I don't know if it's international yet or not. But I can't let it get worse, so I'm getting rid of it. Again, I only posted because I feel that I owed the active followers the truth. As for me, I'm only a few blocks from the waterfront. I think I'll go watch the waves some more before I try to use Grandpa's old rifle on myself. Maybe that now that he's been realized, he'll let me die. And once more, for posterity's sake, I am deeply sorry. To Jake, Morgan, Lily, Mom, all of the people who died by my hand, and to all of you. Sincerely, Daniel Mallory. View all comments 3,974. Marco Polo. Serves him right. Kid Sirius 1408. Thank gosh he took my advice. Burn in hell. Creep Lord X. Oh no, he's cursed us all. FBI Agent 69. Damn, Daniel. Pretty good ARG, not gonna lie. 7 out of 10. Popcorn Lad. What have you done, Daniel? IKEA Fanboy. Thank God. Now we don't have to listen to a murderer's lies any longer. Horror Reader 9000. He probably just wrote this to pretend he didn't do it. Insomnium. You should just turn yourself in and face your crimes. Taking your life isn't the answer. Please reconsider. Yachts and Thoughts. Well, glad to hear you're dead. Insulted the death of your friends and family for what? Popularity? Scum. Juniper 69. Another evil vanquished from the world. Frederick Swan. Guys, what if he's telling the truth? Aren't we kind of fucked? Qwerty N. Midva. Fake AF. Lucid Gamer 995. I really hope this isn't real. Cheesy's World, where a kid's happiness is guaranteed. Well, that's how the slogan went back when I was a teenager anyway. I know what you're thinking. Cheesy's World? Isn't that a ripoff of... And you would be right if it reminded you of several places. If you ever had the displeasure of visiting while it was still running, you'd see that the park was largely inspired by multiple mainstream amusement parks and arcades. Were the owners of the place teetering precariously on a razor-thin line that would undoubtedly lead to a mountain of lawsuits? Of course. But when you're young, you don't think about those things. Especially when those mainstream places aren't anywhere near you, and nobody has the money or the time to take you there. In our sleepy small town, separated by miles of forest from our sister cities. Not much went on. Our best bet at entertainment was to go on a hike or visit the one mall and movie theater we had. The park, however, was situated in the middle of multiple sparsely populated counties. It was almost like a hub of entertainment for us. Even though individually none of the surrounding regions could get many people in one place, people showed up at the park. As a result, the place was always packed. Whatever issues there were with Cheesy's, at the end of the day, it was ours. That said, my brother Amari and I practically bounced off the walls the night our parents presented us with tickets to Cheesy's World for Amari's 7th birthday. I was excited to relive the rides, and he couldn't wait to meet his favorite characters. For some context, the amusement park's theme was centered around Cheesy and his band of friends. Cheesy, the pizza-loving, adventurous, upbeat mouse, was the face of the main cast, and he was always accompanied by his 3 best friends, Ronald the rabbit, Dizzy the dog, and Nina the duck. Again, clear rip-offs of other well-known characters. I get it, and as a 17-year-old at the time, these parallels weren't lost on me, but they were the closest I'd ever get to the real thing, so I honestly didn't care. "Cheesy's World!" Amari screeched, barreling towards my dad for a hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you!" "Don't mention it," my dad said with a wide smile. "You boys have been keeping up with your homework, staying out of trouble, and keeping your rooms clean, so think of it as a little reward." He winked and walked upstairs, leaving us to our own emotions. Unable to contain himself, Amari took off toward his room and started playing some of Cheesy's classic songs he found online. Usually the loud singing would have annoyed me, but seeing him happy put me in a good mood. I felt the immediate need to video chat my best friends, Chloe and Mark, and rub my soon-to-be amazing trip in their faces. "Wow, that's awesome! I always wanted to go to Cheesy's when I was a kid," Chloe gushed. "My dad never took us." Mark cut in with an exasperated sigh. "You're seriously getting excited over going to a kid's amusement park? Brandon, you're 17. You shouldn't be getting excited over getting drunk at some girl's house, not meeting old guys in smelly costumes." Chloe took offense to the statement. "Well, maybe he can enjoy things that don't get him kicked out into the street with no way at home at 3 a.m. Mark laughed. "Oh, yeah. I didn't have my car back then. Thanks for taking me home, Chloe." "No problem, Mark. Someone has to be the hero, right? Point is, I think it's great that Brandon gets to do something fun. And it's not like he has to hang out with the characters all day. They do have some pretty amazing rides from what I've heard." I nodded. Hell yeah. Rides, surprisingly cheap amusement park snacks, their world-renowned pizza, and an arcade that I'm gonna definitely clean out. It's gonna be a great day. "Just don't forget that it's your brother's weekend," Chloe said. "I know you want to have fun, and you should, but please try your best to make sure that he comes home first, even if he wants to do all the boring kid stuff." Mark couldn't refrain from taking another shot at the park. "It's all boring kid stuff, Chloe. Trust me. When I worked there over the summer, it wasn't as happy and fun as they lead you to believe. Working the rides especially sucked. Definitely not worth the half-hour drive." I rolled my eyes. "It's boring kid stuff I'll enjoy, Mark. I'll make sure to bring you back a light sword, though, man. Anyway, it's getting late, so I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Let's do something cool after class." Chloe and Mark agreed, and with that, I ended the call and went to bed. The next day at lunch, I sat alone at the outside tables picking at some questionable mac and cheese when I heard my name being shouted from across the quad. Being the only black kid in a nearly all-white school usually got me some looks. But Mark had a knack for bringing even more attention to our group. I looked to my left and saw him with a massive smile on his face as his long legs carried him toward me. Chloe was nearly overshadowed by his large frame as they walked together. Her brown hair covered her lightly freckled face as her head hung low in embarrassment from Mark's screaming. When the two reached my table, Mark slammed his pizza down right in front of me. "Can you believe that they actually dared to buy good pizza today? How dare they actually bring us something edible for once? I mean, look at this delicious piece of pepperoni, Mark said sarcastically. I looked down at my still very questionable mac and cheese. Yeah, crazy. While picking at my food, I caught Chloe staring at me. We had known each other since we were kids. I watched her grow from my goofy best friend who had to climb trees and eat candy off the ground with to one of the most amazing girls in school. And even though I saw her every day, I always took notice when she looked in my direction. I could usually tell when Chloe was flustered, but outside of that, she was a hard girl to read. The girl never had a class where she earned less than an A, so you never knew if her stare was because she was lost in the massive sea of her overly complex mind, or if she was concerned about things happening at present. You okay, Chloe? Almost like she was broken from a trance, she perked up. Oh, yes, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Thinking about what? Mark asked. Well, Before she could finish her sentence, Jose Velasquez, whom I had known since middle school for his deep interest in technology and the macabre, slid into the empty spot next to me. He had a crazed look in his eye, and he looked me up and down, shaking his head before speaking. Brandon, you really going to Cheesy's World? Yeah? I replied, confused. How'd you know that? Overheard Chloe talking about it to Amber. But it doesn't matter. Look, that place is fucking weird, man. Bad shit happens there. I shot Chloe a glare, and she simply shrugged. Oh, really? I said. Bad shit like, I don't know. Kids running too fast to the candy store and scraping their knees? I did hear that was a problem. You know, now that I recall, I think I did hear a story about how one year, a guy got there so early and had so much fun on all the rides that he slept the entire next day. He scoffed at my sarcasm and started searching on his phone. No, bad shit like kids missing. He turned his screen towards the three of us, and shockingly, there was an article from last year detailing how a little girl had gotten lost in the park and hadn't turned up for weeks. Chloe nodded her head. Oh yeah, I do remember that story. Spooky stuff, Jose, Mark said unamused. I'm sure there's a lot of kids that go missing in a lot of places. Doesn't really mean much. You don't get it, Jose nearly shouted before bringing his voice to a whisper and leaning in. It wasn't just that one kid. I found stories of kids going back years. Legend has it, they keep kids locked up in the park's catacombs. Mark laughed. Dude, they couldn't even pay us enough to be on time. You think Cheesy's could get its employees to kidnap kids? Plus, tell me one story you've seen on TV news about a kid going missing. People will tell you stories about anything. Show me a verified case. They're probably paying off people to bury the stories. Jose threw his arms up. You have to really dig if you want to find the articles, but they're there. I can show you that they're there. I looked down at my watch and saw we still had another half hour before lunch ended. Wow, I just remembered Mr. Perez wanted Chloe, Mark, and me to go to his room to talk about our project. So we're going to go head over there. Thanks for the info, though, Jose. Really. Seeing the opportunity to escape from his rambling, Chloe and Mark took my lead and followed me toward Mr. Perez's room. We stopped just short of it, and once we were sure that we had escaped Jose, we took a collective relaxed breath. We spent the rest of the lunch period discussing where we should go after school. Since Mark had just gotten his license and was now driving to school, he insisted that we go to what he referred to as a secret chill spot. Chloe and I were a bit suspicious as we'd never been there, but gave him the benefit of the doubt nonetheless. When the day ended, we all met Mark in the school's back parking lot, hopped into his car, and took off toward his mysterious location. Driving through our county is usually a pretty dull ride. Most of it is spent looking at trees and farmland. Mark, however, took the liberty of spicing up our time with horrible music and providing even worse backup vocals. After about an hour of driving into the countryside, we made one stop for food before we finally pulled off onto the side of a road facing a cliff that overlooked the entire county. The sky was crystal clear, and honestly, the view from the cliff was beautiful. The town wasn't much to look at, but the nature surrounding it was picturesque. I could see mountains in the distance, vast forests accompanying them, and even the town's lake looked terrific as the sunlight gleamed off of its unmoving surface. I asked Mark if we were nearing a spot, and he replied with a broad smile. "This is my spot." He quickly got out and ran to the trunk to pull out all the foldable lawn chairs and a 6-pack of beer he got from a sketchy corner store. "Nobody comes up here, so I just like to put out a chair and think sometimes." Chloe feigned amusement. "Wow, Mark, so this is where you spend all of that time not doing homework?" "Hey, to be fair, I have a stable C in most classes. If I do well on the test, I can get away with skipping, like, half of my assignments." Chloe and I looked at him, half amused and half bewildered. "That's not technically true, but I'll let you have that one, buddy," I said as I folded out a lawn chair. Mark handed Chloe and me 2 beers each, and then sat down in his chair. He raised one of the 2 remaining beers into the air and encouraged us to do the same. He cracked his can open and shouted, "Cheers to Friday!" I couldn't help myself and repeated the statement, slamming down my beer while Chloe laughed at her 2 idiot friends. Well, being idiots. She slowly sipped on her beer, but insisted that she was drinking in solidarity with us, and the conversation that followed was pleasant. We spent hours just talking and laughing as old friends do. It was the last moment of pure peace and relaxation we'd have for a while, and I really wish I could have appreciated that time more. Mark's ridiculously fiery personality contrasted with Chloe's quiet brilliance. My friends indeed were what brought a real spark into my life, and nothing was more apparent than when we had moments like that just to talk. We were kids free of the ugliness of the world. We could move through life fluidly without fearing what was beyond our safe little bubble. Life back then was good. When we decided to head back, it was already dark. Chloe complained of being tired, and Mark mentioned how he would have a long day of trying to sneak into college parties the next day. We loaded back into the car and began the ride back. The first few minutes were silent as we were all low on energy and wanted to be home more than anything. The thought of Chloe trying to say something to me earlier and the day before being interrupted popped into my head. At that moment, I felt compelled to ask, "Hey, Chloe, you were going to say something earlier at lunch. What was it?" She perked her head up from her phone. She had a puzzled look on her face, but then remarked, "Oh, yeah, it's nothing." "Huh. Well, if it was nothing, then you could definitely tell me," I retorted. She sighed and set her phone down. "It's just, I was talking to my dad more about the park, and what Jose said was kind of similar to what he said. He went when he was a kid, and he felt something off about the place. You don't think it's weird that all those kids went missing there?" I shrugged. "Maybe a little? But I'd bet every big park has kids that go missing. They're massive places, and you're bound to get some irresponsible parents with overactive kids. It's a pretty common thing." "But it's not just that. I heard these kids never turn back up. Getting lost in the park is one thing, but to never return home?" Chloe asked. "What would that have to do with the park, though? I may remember a few cases, but like Mark said, how many were actually even verified?" "I don't know, but it's not just the kids. My dad mentioned something about the characters being funny. He said he didn't like the way they moved when he went as a kid. I'm not saying that it's not weird, Chloe. I guess it's just like, why? What the hell would make a park want one random kid, let alone a bunch of them? And if people did think the park had some hand in it, then why hasn't the place been raided or sued? And as far as characters go, those costumes are creepy to everyone. Not a huge deal, right? The place was incredibly normal when I worked there," Mark cut in. "As a guy who spent way too much of his life in that park, I can tell you for a fact nothing weird happened." I don't know, guys. Just forget it. My point is, I was thinking about it and it was freaking me out a little. Just promise me you'll stay safe and look out for any creeps hanging out there, okay? I have some family stuff to take care of in the morning, but have a present for Amari, and I want to give it to him at the park. Maybe I could meet you guys when you're leaving?" I chuckled. The most danger he'll be in is of throwing up after I force him to go on the crazy mouse with me. And by the way, what did you get him? I bought him a lock-picking kit. I remember you used to play with those all the time as a kid, so I figured I'd give him one in case he had the same talent. Oh, yeah. I remember getting into trouble for opening doors. But you can't just wait to give Amari the gift when we get home. We all live pretty close. I would, but then I wouldn't be able to tag along with his birthday dinner. I haven't missed one yet, and I'm not going to this year. You got it, Chloe. A large smile formed on my face. And we'll stay safe, I promise. The rest of the ride home continued in silence, as we were exhausted from hanging out all night. Chloe was the first to get dropped off, and as Mark pulled up in front of my house, he stopped me before I got out. You know, she worries about you, man, he said in a rare moment of seriousness. I know. Chloe's been my best friend since childhood. I worry about her too. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Look, you're going to go to the park and have a great time. I know you will. I have no doubt that everything will be fine. But maybe shoot her a text or something when you get there and once you leave, just to make sure that everything is cool. Make sure she's able to meet you guys at the park to give Amari his gift and hang out a bit afterward. I'm sure Amari would love that too. Yeah, maybe. I raised an eyebrow at Mark's sudden soft side. Why are you so concerned about this? It's pretty out of character for you. He shrugged. I know I can be a dick sometimes, but maybe I care about my friends too. I got out of the car and he winked at me before peeling off into the night, honking his horn twice as he faded out into the distance. As rough around the edges as he seemed, deep down, Mark was a solid guy and was always there when I needed him. I meandered into my quiet house. It was a little past 12 a.m. and everyone was asleep. I tiptoed into Amari's room, making sure to avoid the toys he had scattered across the floor. He looked like an angel as he slept peacefully. I swear I could see a smile form on his face as he dreamed. I kissed him on his forehead and whispered, "Happy birthday, buddy. Big brother loves you more than anything." I could feel a massive yawn coming on, which signaled it was time for me to go to bed. As I made my way to my room, got into bed, and closed my eyes to drift off into sleep, my last conscious thoughts were positive ones. I was utterly confident that the next day would be absolutely perfect. I woke with a start as my dad shook me to get out of bed. "Brandon," he half yelled at me, "get up. I told you we need to be there early. Mom and Amari are already ready." What time is it?" I responded groggily, still mostly asleep. "It's 7 a.m. We were supposed to be gone 30 minutes ago, so get up and get ready, please." 7 a.m.? That's like 3 hours earlier than anyone should ever be awake. Why are we going so early? He shook his head in disapproval. "Because everyone goes early, and we won't be able to do anything if we spend all day standing in the line to get in." "And why didn't you wake me up again?" "Because you're 17, Brandon. I expected you to get up without me having to tell you. You have 15 minutes, so either you get ready, or we live without you." I moaned as I flipped off my covers, rushed to a quick rinse shower, and brushed my teeth. Once I was clean enough, I threw on a hoodie and some jeans, and announced to my family that I was ready to go as I made my way downstairs. I could already see that Amari was in a mood when I approached. "Happy birthday, Amari. What's with you, little bro?" I asked. "You're making us late." He wagged his finger at me. "I wanted to get there early." My mom put a hand on Amari's head and shot me the same disapproving look my dad did when he walked into the room. "Amari's been a bit cranky this morning because he woke up really early, so please do your best not to upset your brother while we're there." Though I felt the criticism was a little harsh for simply oversleeping, I agreed to be on my toes, and we all loaded into the car. During the ride over, I tried to engage Amari in conversation, but he wasn't too interested. He was clearly frustrated with me for making us leave late. He mostly just stared out the window and gave me one-word answers when I tried to talk to him. Halfway through the drive, I started poking him and asking, "What you doing?" But he just groaned, prompting my mom to tell him to leave him alone. Eventually, I gave up and started talking to my dad instead. "Hey, Dad, have you heard any of the rumors about this place?" About the kids going missing? My mom gave me a look and then motioned to Amari as if to tell me not to scare him, but my dad just laughed. Oh yeah, I remember I heard about something like that once. I think they're just a bunch of urban legends, son. Everyone I know has been safe going there. You're sure? A couple of the kids mentioned it at school, so I was just curious. I am. We've been to this park, 5 times? And nothing terrible has happened? Just keep in mind that not everything you read online is true. We'll be okay, trust me. If Amari had been paying attention, I didn't notice it because as soon as we started to draw near the park, a wave of excitement hit him. He started bouncing in his seat and pressing his face to the window so that he could get a better look at the park in the distance, all while humming the cheesy songs he spent the last few days listening to. We drove past a large sign with Cheesy's massive smiling face looking down at us. His eyes seemed to follow us as we drove by, and his grin was always just a little too big for my liking. Under the mouse, giving us a big thumbs up with the words, "Welcome to Cheesy's world, where a kid's happiness is guaranteed." My mom looked back at us with a big smile and reached back to hold Amari's hand. Are you excited? You finally get to see your favorite mouse. Amari nodded, barely able to contain himself as we finally pulled into the park. He was practically bouncing from the time we got out of the car until the time we officially entered the park. I have to admit, I was a little taken aback by what I saw. Though on the surface everything looked normal, there was something off. Maybe it was teenage cynicism, but I got the feeling that the park was dirty. I looked around the big entrance square where people were strolling around to get from one attraction to another. It was already getting busy. Through all of those happy families, I saw numerous pieces of trash were strewn about. A couple with a 6-year-old girl hanging from their arms passed by and made a fallen Coke can roll around the tiled square. Further up, a trash bin was overflowing, and an empty bag of chips was caught in a light breeze. All the buildings had chipped paint with large dark spots like nobody had done any upkeep on them in years. I couldn't remember noticing it the last time I visited. Not many people around seemed to be catching how janky the park looked. Several dressed-up employees walked by, but their costumes looked raggedy, and the characters themselves appeared lifeless. It was as though they were empty husks dragged across the park from one point to another. Their stiff, ragged movements toyed with my imagination, and I could have sworn that they made a slight shuffling sound. I had a profoundly ominous feeling, and I could tell Amari was picking up on it when I caught him staring off at a petting zoo that had only one lazy goat looking with a frown. I asked him if he was doing okay, and he simply shook his head. This isn't what I expected. I know what you mean, buddy. I looked over to my parents to gauge their reactions, but I could see the sense of childhood wonder in their eyes. They consistently pointed out the attractions and how amazing everything looked. It was like they were being blinded by their inner children. So, what do you want to do first? Maybe the Blackbeard water ride? Isn't that where they keep the frozen head of the park's founder or something? Maybe it's the animatronics, but something about that ride has always creeped me out. Frozen head? That's a different park, son, my dad commented. My mom rolled her eyes. It's your brother's birthday, so we go on what he wants first, even if the animatronics are a little creepy. She turned to Amari. Any ideas, sweetie? He hesitated for a moment before answering. I don't know. Maybe we could try to go on the time train? I always liked seeing the dinosaur part. His speech was quiet, and he looked to the ground, unsure of his choice. This was strange because he was almost always confident in his choices. Whenever we had gone to a place of his choosing, he would passionately exclaim what he wanted to do. That sounds like a great idea, Dad exclaimed before leading us all to the train. It wasn't too far of a walk from where we were, and on the way, I could see that Amari didn't look particularly happy about going. My parents tried to ask him questions about if he was excited, and all he would give were bland answers. When we got on, I could see Amari looked even more bothered by something. I knew that the ride wouldn't hold the same magic it did for me as a kid, but I hoped I could at least find some entertainment in it. But it was clear as soon as we started moving that he wasn't enjoying himself. He frowned at the passing animatronics, and when his supposed favorite part of the train ride came up, he jumped back at the deafening roar of the dinosaur. After the 10-minute ride, he had looked like he had gone through hell. "You okay there, buddy?" I asked. When he didn't respond, I tried again, placing my hand on his shoulder, and he immediately slapped it away. "I'm fine!" "Amari!" my parents scolded in unison. I knew that this was the point where he'd start to get into trouble, and they pulled him aside to have a conversation about how he needed to fix his attitude. I took this opportunity to text Chloe like Mark had suggested. "Hey, Chloe." "Hey there." We made it to the park. Fun times all around. "That's awesome. I'm sorry I was weird about it yesterday. I'm glad you're having a good time." "Yeah, about that. I think you might have been right about the weird vibe here. Amari is throwing a fit." "Oh no, well, let me meet you guys there when you're leaving. Maybe the gift will cheer him up." "Hopefully. The kid's tripping. But I'm not really worried about that right now." "What do you mean?" "Like I said, just bad vibes. Parents coming over. I'll text you later." My parents walked over with Amari in hand, and he was wiping away tears. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah," my mom said with a hand on her hip. "Amari is just having a bit of an attitude problem, but he knows that if he doesn't fix it, then we're going straight home." "I mean, could you guys leave me here if you do that? Because I can always get a ride back." Before I could finish, I saw the cold look both of them gave me, and I quickly pivoted. "I mean, I was just kidding. I'd love to visit the arcade and win a prize for Amari, though. That'd be great." Amari simply shrugged, and that was good enough for us to head over to the arcade. Waiting outside of the arcade was a short, blue, somewhat plump cartoon rabbit wearing a pilot's uniform. He wore a name tag that read, "Your pal Ronald the Rabbit," and was preoccupied with taking pictures with kids. I tried to steer us left to avoid him, but as soon as we walked next to him, his neck snapped towards us, and his large cartoonish eyes seemed impossible to escape. He rushed over to block our entrance into the arcade, waving his hands. "Oh my gosh, Ronald, let's get a picture," my mom squealed. Ronald nodded and motioned for us. My mom pulled a young man away from his girlfriend to take a picture. Ronald huddled us together, and all I could remember was how he felt. It literally felt like ice was pressing against my skin when Ronald put his paw on my shoulder, and a very distinct chill ran down my spine. I could tell Amari forced a smile during the pictures. Despite how uncomfortable the experience was for me, it was downright terrifying for him. The way he took an immediate step back from Ronald and refused to make eye contact said a lot. I kept Amari company in the arcade, trying to calm him down as much as possible. But even as I helped him to win more game tickets than he knew what to do with, he seemed to be in a constant state of stress. He meandered through the arcade with no clear motivation to play, and he'd completely lose focus during the games. When he noticed employees who simply wore hats or shirts with the various characters, he'd completely avoid them and cling to me when they walked by. One time I even caught him looking over his shoulder. I tried to see what he was looking at, and for a moment, I thought I saw Ronald peeking in on us from the outside. An hour later, Amari wanted to trade in his tickets for a prize. He picked an action figure that blared an annoying catchphrase and a thundering sound behind it. For a while, it brought him some peace. This came at the small cost of my sanity as he repeatedly echoed the noise, but it was his day, so I let him be. For the next few hours, things were normal. Amari was still a bit snippy when we tried to talk to him, but he kept it in check as much as possible as we went around the park. Though Amari wasn't totally engaged with the activities, he wasn't throwing a fit either, which was a win. However, when he got to the fiercest roller coaster in the park, he tugged on Mom's shirt and pointed towards Concert Hall. "But I want to see the show," he whined. "Amari, your brother has been waiting to go on this ride all day, and we did everything you wanted to do," my mother said firmly. "We've been waiting in line for half an hour. We are not getting out of it to go to the show right now." He stomped his foot down and tears started to well in his eyes. "Hey, come on, man. It's just one ride, and you'll love it," I said, trying to cheer him up. "No!" Amari yelled back. "I want to see the band's show." "That's it!" my mom yelled. She grabbed Amari by the arm and dragged him out of the line and towards the exit. My dad and I tried to follow carefully behind, but my mom was determined to storm back to the car and get home, with Amari fighting her the whole way. But just before we reached the gate, another character, a yellow duck with long blonde hair, pom-poms, and a shirt with a pizza on it, jumped in front of us. I think she caught my mom off guard because it stopped her marks in her tracks. "Nina!" Amari yelled, pointing to the dancing duck. Nina started to dance around and shake her pom-poms. As strange as it was, I could tell that she was doing this for a reason. Amid her frantic dancing, it looked like she was trying to motion towards the concert hall. "Hey, the concert hall is right over there, and I don't think the band has played yet. Maybe we should just let Amari have this since we're already here?" I said, putting a hand on Amari's head. My parents weren't exactly buying what I was selling, so I pushed further. "Can we please do this just for him? He hasn't had the happiest day, and maybe we can just do one thing to make sure that his birthday is still a special one." My parents conferred for a moment, and my dad shrugged and gave the nod. "Fine, but Amari, I want this to be the end of your attitude." With a smile on my face, I texted Chloe to make her way over, and inside, the animatronic band was on full display. Cheesy stood front and center with a microphone in hand. The gray mouse was in his classic attire, a green t-shirt featuring a pizza with bites out of it forming the letter C. He wore athletic shoes and large yellow shoes accompanied by his traditional white gloves. All of this was topped off by one of those colorful hats with the propeller on the top. Cheesy was leading his group of pizza-loving anthropomorphic animals. As we stood in the crowd, Amari began to bounce to the music, and he even managed to convince our parents to buy him some of Cheesy World's famous pizza. For a moment, he seemed happy. My mom even managed to get a picture of him smiling with pizza hanging out of his mouth, holding the toy he won from the arcade. That was until another kid walked up and grabbed Amari's toy. "Look, Mommy, can we get one?" The other little boy looked up at his mom with pleading eyes. Amari didn't take too kindly to this. He immediately stood up, snatched the action figure away, and yelled, "No!" Before anyone could react, he pushed the kid down. My dad immediately grabbed Amari and started dragging him to the exit. I knew that Amari had been upset, but he had never been violent. We were absolutely shocked by the sudden outburst. Before we made it outside, Dizzy stepped in our path. He was tall, with soft, drooping eyes, and dressed in attire one would associate with someone who lived on a farm, complete with a straw hat. His long limbs completely blocked the exit. "Move," my dad coldly stated to the character. He simply shook his head and pointed to a guy rushing over. For the first time in what felt like forever, I saw what appeared to be a regular employee dressed in plain clothes. "Hey, folks, I saw everything that happened just there, and here at Cheesy's World, we like to provide a safe and healthy environment and—" "Get to the point," my mom said, cutting him off. "Right. Well, we just like to bring you in to talk about the incident so that we can make a report. I'd like to assure you that you're not in trouble and we get these things happen. We just want to be responsible when they do. Eh? Where's your son?" "He's right here." My dad suddenly realized he was grasping at air. He frantically looked around but didn't see Amari anywhere. "Amari!" he yelled. "Amari!" It took my parents all of a second to run around the concert hall, searching for Amari. I stood in shock, unsure of what to do. Had he really run off? So much of this seemed out of character for him, even when he got emotional. I told my parents I'd be right back, and I ran outside, spurred on by pure adrenaline, screaming his name. I sprinted the perimeter of the concert hall, down by the train, and around every building he could be hiding behind, desperately searching for him. I pushed numerous people out of my way and made sure every person I passed wasn't trying to escape with Amari. By the time I got back, I could see my parents were in tears. They were being told that we needed to go back to the park manager's office to talk about security about where Amari could be. I was terrified. A million thoughts ran through my head. Did someone take him? Did he wander off? Is he safe? I could already feel the tears parading down my face as I was constantly bombarded by thoughts of worst-case scenarios. Anger at myself started to boil up in my body. How could I have let him go like that? And why the fuck weren't these park employees freaking out as much as my parents and I were? Once we arrived, they assured us they had people around the park looking for him and that security was checking the cameras. We stayed all the way through closing and there were no developments. This wasn't a good answer for any of us as my parents berated management and security for not doing a good enough job of getting their son back. In their minds, he couldn't have just disappeared with no one seeing anything. Eventually, the police got involved, and after hours more of waiting, they told us that they'd handle it. Still, we needed to go home because there was nothing else to be done. It hurt me so profoundly to walk away without Amari. It felt like we were leaving him in there to some unknown fate. I was prepared to stay there every second it took until he was safe with us, and yet the reality of the situation meant that we had to go. So many emotions were firing inside of me. Anger, sadness, confusion. I just wanted my brother back, and it felt like we weren't doing enough to make that happen. I hadn't looked at my phone until we were walking towards the gates, and when I saw a litany of missed calls and texts from Chloe. At the time, I didn't have the strength to see her. When the shock wore off, I could only manage to send a message that read, "Amari is missing." I watched as rats scattered out from underneath our car, and the moment the three of us got in, we broke down. My dad punched the steering wheel, and my mom clung to him wailing. We all cried for a long time that night, and the tears didn't stop all the way home. Weeks went by with absolutely nothing. We tried to keep in contact with the park and the police every day, but we always got the same response. They were looking into it. From what we were being told, they were contacting people that had been at the park and poring over hours of security footage, but there were no new developments. We tried organizing search parties to look around the various cities surrounding Cheesy's and hunting down employees that worked that day, but no one had any information. To say that I was frustrated was an understatement. It felt like nobody in the world cared a fraction as much as I did. People get arrested for murders where all they left behind was a single strand of hair. Yet my brother was taken from right under me, and all anybody could say is, "I don't know?" How the hell does that make any damn sense? Depression hit me hard. I couldn't escape the stain of guilt Amari's disappearance left on my mind and in my heart. My brain worked overtime trying to process the potential variables leading up to his disappearance. Maybe if my lazy ass had woken up earlier, he wouldn't have been in a bad mood to begin with. Maybe if I didn't insist we go on that roller coaster. Maybe if I had just kept my eyes on him for 1 second longer. If I had done one fucking thing differently, maybe my brother might still be here. I get to see that beautiful smile and hug him when I came back from school. Stressful thoughts plagued my mind. I couldn't eat. I became lethargic, and the pain of losing Amari made my stomach churn whenever I was reminded of his absence. As a result, I was unfit to attend school for weeks. When you live in a small town, word travels fast. And this was the biggest news story to happen in years. When I returned, the darting eyes and whispers surrounded me constantly, and the ever-present headlines on the local news only served to remind me of the pain. Chloe and Mark tried their best to make sure that I was okay, but realistically, how could a 17-year-old ever be expected to deal with a loss like that, especially when a lot of that loss was still a mystery? On Monday after class, I was sitting by myself at the tables just outside the library. I had taken to doing a lot of my schoolwork outside of home because I felt I could focus better without the reminder that Amari wasn't there. And suddenly, someone walked up from behind and covered my eyes from behind. "Guess who?" asked a playful voice. If I had to guess, I'd say... Chloe? I replied. "Aw, you couldn't have at least given me one free wrong guess?" Chloe said, slightly disappointed. I shrugged. What can I say? I'm pretty good at guessing the voices of people I've known since I was 6. Call it a superpower. I immediately noticed the girl standing next to Chloe. The two almost looked like twins outside of the fact that the girl's hair was blonde instead of brunette and she had no freckles. "Hey, Amber." "Hey," Amber replied with a wide smile. "I know you've been down because of everything that happened, so I wanted to maybe help cheer you up." "Oh?" I said with a raised eyebrow. "And how's that?" "Well," she tossed her blonde hair over one shoulder. "There's this college party going down on Friday a few towns over, and I know a couple of the guys in the frat, so I could definitely get you in if you wanted." I think Chloe could sense what I was going to say before I said it because she instantly hit me with, "Come on, it'll be fun. One night to forget about everything. Brandon, it's awful seeing you hurt like this. Maybe it'll help." I sighed and stood up. Yeah, right. Look, I gotta go. I'll let you guys know when I know. I began to make the walk home. After a 20-minute walk, I reached my house. But as soon as I reached for the doorknob, I felt my phone buzz. Looking at the caller ID, I could see that Mark was calling. "What's up, man?" "Brandon, dude, I heard Chloe and Amber invited you to that party on Friday." "Yep, I do recall that happening 20 minutes ago." "And you turned them down? Amber's one of the hottest girls in school, dude." "I said I'll let them know." "Come on, bro, she's just trying to help. I know what you're going through is rough, and I can't even imagine what I'd do if I lost my sister, but if you keep wallowing in pain, you'll never feel better." Mark's voice lowered a bit before perking up again. "You need to do things that make you happy. And as dumb as it sounds, maybe this is the opportunity to forget for a few hours. Getting drunk isn't going to solve my problems, Mark. Maybe that works for you, but alcohol isn't bringing Amari back. Plus, what the hell would you know about dealing with trauma?" I hadn't even noticed how much I raised my voice. "It's great that you think you have an idea of how you would feel, but nobody really knows what this pain is like unless they fucking go through it. I don't need a damn lecture about my own feelings." Mark went silent for a moment. I wanted to apologize for attacking him, but before I could, he started speaking again. I never told anyone that my mom's sister was murdered. It impacted her for years, and seeing her go through that emotion was really hard. Your parents are supposed to be your rock, and when they can't keep it together, then how do you think a child feels?" He paused again to think. For a long time, I felt guilty for not getting to know my aunt, but in a way, I guess I'm lucky that not knowing her made the pain not as bad. But my mom was devastated, Brandon. And the only way she pulled herself out of it was trying. She made an effort to be happy. And even though she carries that pain to this day, she can still smile and be kind and enjoy life. "Mark, I don't, man, it's cool. My point is, it's natural to feel what you're feeling. I'm sure that the other families that lost their kids there felt the same pain. But you have to start somewhere, no matter how much it hurts. At the end of the day, there's still hope Amari will be found. But it doesn't help to mope around until you get the news that he's either found or, Yeah, you're right. I'll figure it out. Just give me some time." "Of course, if you need anything, Chloe and I are here for you." "Yeah, I gotcha." I hung up, went inside, and walked up to my room with mixed emotions. Was it really as simple as just doing things I liked and pretending to be happy until I was? What was really the healthiest way to deal with this? And what about the other families? How had they dealt with it? The sudden realization hit me like a Mack truck. The other families. I rushed to my laptop to do some research. I found a lot of news sites that had reported on the disappearances. Child goes missing from beloved amusement park 1967. Child at Cheesy's never found 1973. Parents baffled at child's disappearance at Cheesy's 2005. Every single fucking year. It was never on the same date. No two kids seemed alike. But the one consistent thing was the age. All of them were between 5 and 12. Not only was Jose right about the sheer number of cases, but he was also right about some of these stories being absolutely buried. It looked like some families had to go to really obscure sites to mention that their kids disappeared. And even then, there was never a lot of information given or any follow-up stories done. Why weren't more mainstream sites reporting on them? I thought. This place had been associated with a ton of missing kids. All of the police interviews done in subsequent years, all of them had said that they were looking, but there was no clear evidence to go on. I dug further and found that the owner had only ever commented on the kids once in the 90s. Most of it was typical PR jargon, but there was one quote that stuck out to me. He mentioned that wherever they were, he was sure they were happy and healthy. What the fuck does that mean? I whispered to myself. Why on earth would you assume a missing child is happy or healthy? It was a simple remark that didn't get much play in the media and easily could have meant nothing. But the fact that he wanted everyone to pretend like things were okay gave me a bad vibe. Why at Cheesy's? What the hell did he know? I couldn't go rushing into some CEO's house, but maybe I could talk to someone who had more knowledge than me. I dug until I found the phone number of a woman who had lost a kid at the park over 2 decades ago. She had been in several legal battles and even got into trouble herself for trying to stalk the owner, along with breaking and entering into the park a few times. I didn't expect her to have all the answers, but if there was anyone who could tell me something important about the park, it was her. Finding her number was easy, and I immediately called her up. After only a couple rings, a scratchy voice, no doubt ravaged by years of cigarette smoke, picked up on the other end. Hello? Hi, my name is Brandon. Is this Miss Turner? Yes, it is. How can I help you? Not wanting to scare her or make her think that I was some weirdo looking to connect over tragedy, I made up a lie. I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm a student doing a research project on some places that had an impact on us growing up. I happened to pick Cheesy's World, and I was wondering if I could talk to you. She went silent on the other end for a moment, and when she spoke again, I could hear a hint of stress in her voice. Cheesy's World? What specifically about it? The project has to include a history of the place, and from my research, I found that your family's name came up in a couple of articles because of what happened. Another moment of silence passed before she talked again. How old are you, Brandon? 18? Another lie. Can you come to my place? I can't talk right now, but I'll be free at about 9 tonight if you want to speak to me about what happened. But I'm only free tonight. I hesitated. I only had my permit and no car, which meant it would be difficult for me to meet Miss Turner. However, it was a chance I had to take. I'll be there. Miss Turner gave me an address about a 40-minute drive away, and once we hung up, it only took me a moment to realize who I should call. I promptly dialed Chloe's number. Hey, Chloe. Brandon, hey, are you doing better? I might have found a path to that. Yeah. Can you do me a favor? Anything. What's up? Can you come by at around 8 and take me somewhere? It's kind of far, though. Yeah, I think I can get all my homework done by then. What's going on? It's weird. I can't really explain what's happening. I'm kind of just going off of instinct here. Look, you mentioned the party on Friday, right? I promise to go and have as great of a time as you want me to have, but only on the one condition you do this for me, no questions asked. Of course. It doesn't have to be no questions asked. I'm here for you anytime. I thanked her repeatedly and hung up. The seeds of what I was planning to do were already forming in my head, and unfortunately, I had to keep Chloe as far away from the truth as possible. I know it sounds stupid and selfish, and it absolutely was, but I didn't want to risk Chloe getting too deeply involved in something that was my burden to bear. Not only that, if she knew I was doing research on the park, she'd do everything in her power to convince me to stay away for the sake of my mental health, including not giving me a ride. But still, I could clearly see that my friends were really making an effort to make me feel better, and that meant the world to me. I didn't know how I'd do it, but I needed to make it up to them somehow. I waited until about 8:15, and just like she said, Chloe was right outside. I would have told my parents that I was going out to catch a movie, but they were gone. Oddly enough, there were a lot of days in the recent weeks where I completely missed one or both of them, but that was an issue for another time. Before meeting Chloe, I sent out a text to Miss Turner stating that I was on my way, and we began the drive over. So, are we picking up Mark? Nah, he's got a project to work on. I'm pretty sure if he doesn't get an A, he's going to fail the class, and I respect that, so guess it's just us. Just like old times. Yeah, back when things weren't as fucked up. Stop that, Brandon. Can we not bring the mood down? It's a long ride, and I want to keep things as positive as possible. Want to know why Amber thought the party would be a good idea? Why's that? She said she knows a girl who's single, and as a cute guy, she thought. I nearly spat snot out of my nose as I laughed at Chloe's revelation. Hold up. Was the party an excuse to set me up with some girl she knows? But for the record, we're going to get kicked out as soon as we get in. Mark would tell you that from experience. She responded with laughter and brushed the hair out of her face. Once again, I got to see that beautiful smile. This was another moment where I really noticed Chloe. Every perfect feature brought together by those stunning eyes. But on top of it, we had been so close. This girl is the reason I'm not failing most of my classes. She's been my biggest supporter at my lowest points, and the number of inside jokes we have about the dumbest things is endless. It simultaneously filled me with warmth and sadness. Here I was, around someone I cared so much about, and yet I was lying to her. I hadn't told Chloe about what I found or who I was meeting. I planned to leave her in the car and come up with some bullshit excuse once I got back, and it killed me. Mainly because she had done me the kindness of taking her own time to do something for me. The least I could do was keep the conversation positive. We laughed and laughed throughout the ride, and it felt like my problems were melting away. Of course, the circumstances didn't allow me to feel completely normal, but for the moment, I felt better than I had in a long time. We drove up to a non-distinct house in the middle of a dark suburb. I searched up the address again and confirmed that this was indeed the house. Chloe started to get out, and before she could, I grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" she asked, confused. "I've got to go in alone." "Why?" she snapped at me. "I drove all the way here for you to leave me in the car?" "It's really personal stuff, Chloe. Remember, I said no questions asked. I promise it's nothing too crazy, and I just really need to talk to this person. I won't be more than 20 minutes. And if I try to come in with you anyway?" "I'm not getting out of this car if you try to. Please, just trust me." I could tell she was grappling with the idea of leaving me to do whatever mysterious thing I had planned. Still, eventually, she relented and told me to just be quick about it. I gave her a nod and told her I'd be right back. Walking up to the house felt strange. A million thoughts about who would be on the other side of that door ran through my mind. Just after the third knock, a shorter blonde woman with streaks of gray hair opened the door. Hi, Miss Turner, I'm Brandon. I wanted to talk to you about my project. She nodded and motioned for me to come in. From the moment I stepped into her home, I could feel the tension in the air. As soon as I sat down on the couch, she began to talk. I know you're not here about some project, Brandon. I was bewildered at how she knew, and all I could do was fumble over my words, trying to keep up my charade. Honestly, it was a dumb lie to begin with. I could see her start to pour a glass of whiskey and then down it in one go. She offered me some, but I politely declined, not trusting her yet. How'd you know I was lying? Because I've dedicated so much of my fucking time to keeping an eye on every weird thing that happens at that park ever since I lost my son, Daniel. When I heard about your brother going missing, I had a feeling you'd come looking for me. A lot of people come to me asking what steps to take because I've been so outspoken. Why were you so convinced that the park was responsible for taking Daniel? She laughed at my question as if it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. When kids get taken, it's almost always by someone they know. Before I moved out here, I lived my entire life in a small town with maybe 2,000 people. Never made an enemy, and I knew just about every damn person by the first name. None of them wanted to take him. You figure out who that leaves. Crazy strangers? How would you know that the park is involved? Think about it, Brandon. A popular theme park wouldn't do everything in its power to prevent people from taking your fucking kids. Cameras, security, other people who go there for a fun time. All of that, and my kids still get snatched never to be seen again. Then they tell me they found absolutely nothing for years? How likely does that sound to you? I went silent as she continued to speak, contemplating the gravity of her words. Every single family I've talked to, every one of them said the same thing. Nobody knew they would have wanted to target them, and yet they had their kids taken without a trace. For most of them, it happened in a second. One moment they're looking at a map of the place, the next their baby is gone forever. If that doesn't sound like something's going on, then I don't know what to tell you. It sounded insane. What would a park do with kids? And how could they do that without anyone ever seeing them? It didn't make any sense. Do you think the owner is involved? I asked. I saw that you were investigating him before. Maybe he knows something? She shook her head. No, I don't think so. If anything, that park should be a burden for him. From what I've found, that place bleeds money every single year. It hasn't been profitable in decades. The man hasn't even made an appearance there since the 90s. But not only that, in one interview, he said he wished the place would just burn in a fire. I'm not sure why he chooses to keep the land, but from everything I've gathered, he's not involved. So if you had to guess, you'd say it's likely that the park has my brother somewhere? Think? No, I'm sure of it. Your brother, my son, every single kid that was stolen since the 60s. When I managed to get into one of the on-park offices, I found a list of kids' names and their favorite characters. That list didn't just include my Daniel. It included some of the poor kids that have gone missing over the decades. And some that would come to go missing in future years. If that's not damning, future years? They keep tabs on kids? Why the hell didn't you go to the police? I tried, she snapped, getting frustrated with me for not believing her. But who's going to listen to the crazy lady that broke into an amusement park? And who's going to think that she didn't just print up a list of names because she has a grudge? Look, Brandon, I know it sounds crazy, and it absolutely is, but that park is fucking evil. No one else wanted to take these kids. The last place they were seen at was Cheesy's, and Cheesy's denies having any evidence these kids were taken. Do the fucking math. Her words echoed in my ears. What she was saying couldn't be true, could it? If it was, then unfortunately, I knew exactly where to find Amari. But the big question was why? What would the park want with a 7-year-old? And how could they have taken him without a single person noticing? I'm still curious why you'd agree to tell me all of this. And you never told me why we had to do this at your place. Because someone has to. I'm gonna be honest with you, fighting that park is impossible. I've tried in every conceivable way, but the one thing I can do is bring some kind of closure. As for doing this here, there are fewer rats. With that, I nodded and walked off. I didn't feel comfortable enough to say bye because it wasn't like this was a friendly conversation. I had just learned that it was very likely my brother was taken by a park that I damn near grew up with. So many thoughts were bouncing around in my head that by the time I returned to Chloe, she could immediately tell that something was wrong. Well, you kept it under 20 minutes, which is great, but you also look like someone stole your lunch money. It's nothing, just thinking a lot. Chloe sighed. Brandon, I can tell you're hurting. I'll never know the pain you're feeling, but please talk to me. I need you to be okay. I wanted to tell her so badly, but all I could do was stare at the dashboard. At that time, I couldn't bring her or Mark into it more than I needed to. Maybe after everything was done, but things were changing every second, and this rabbit hole I was determined to descend into had gone from a mysterious place to an absolutely terrifying one. Her look of anger suddenly turned to one of concern. Please, just say something. I turned away from her, resolved to my silence. Fine, she said quietly. I know that you're scared, Brandon, but going through pain alone is the worst way to handle it. We drove back in silence. I gave a soft bye before getting out of the car and going back up to my room. My parents still hadn't come back yet, which I found odd, but worked out for me because I had one more call to make, and I didn't want them to overhear me. Jose sounded half asleep when he picked up the phone. Hello? Yo, man, it's Brandon. Brandon? Hey, I heard what happened. I'm really sorry. Don't worry about it. You were the first one to mention that kids went missing from that place. That being said, I have some questions. First, how'd you know about that place? His voice turned serious. I've always been interested in urban legends, and there wasn't a day where that place didn't give me some weird vibes. Reading about all the disappearances just confirmed things for me. Would you say that the park is connected to the kids disappearing? Oh, 100%. There's no way they didn't catch those kids being taken on camera. If I was a betting man, I'd say they have footage of everything going back a long time. This piqued my interest. That's interesting. So if someone could get that footage, then they could expose everything, right? Hypothetically, yes. But you're not hacking into the computers from the outside. I know that for a fact. And you're not going to get remotely close enough in the day to look through their files. So what could someone hypothetically do? Well, what you would have to do that might work is physically putting in a flash drive with spyware so that you could have access to everything. And that involves a bit of breaking and entering. I might know someone who can help with that. The only issue is that I don't have a flash drive with spyware. And that's where I could help you out, buddy. Meet me after class tomorrow and I'll let you have something. I really wanted to ask why Jose had a flash drive with spyware on it, but figured it'd be best to leave it alone. The most important thing was that now I had a plan. I'd go to the park, find the security office, use my lock-picking skills to get in, install the spyware, and then prove that those bastards took my brother. I texted Miss Turner and asked her how she managed to get into Cheesy's. She had a few questions about my intentions, but didn't push too hard when I gave her soft answers about just being curious. Once I had a basic understanding of what to do, there was one final thing to take care of. I came downstairs, nearly killing myself when I was caught off guard by a scurrying rat that I later captured and put outside. I looked outside to see that my parents had returned and that their car was parked out front. To that point, I was still resolved to see Mark and Chloe out of this, and I didn't want to ask anyone else to drive me. But if I could take the car while they were asleep, I wouldn't need to. I knew I would be a few hours, but it shouldn't have mattered if I left late enough. Everything seemed to be coming together perfectly. I went to bed resolved with what to do. The next day was pretty average, save for Chloe being unusually quiet when she hung around me. Mark tried to pry for info, but she kept telling both of us that she was fine. He suggested that we go somewhere after class to cheer her up, but I shot down the idea of telling them that I had homework to do. Once class ended, I met up with Jose and he gave me the flash drive. He made it a point to stress that once I put it into security's computer, I need to log in as a guest and open up the program. He claimed that the program should run whenever someone logs in on their personal account. From there, Jose would have remote access and all of the password information. For him, having access to this info was payment enough for giving me the flash drive. Now I had spyware, a means of transportation, and the knowledge of how to get into the park. All I needed was patience. I waited until roughly 1 a.m. before making my move. Donning all black, complete with the bandana wrapped around the lower half of my face, I grabbed my old lock-picking tools and I was ready to go. I made sure my parents were fast asleep before hopping into my dad's car. As I turned the keys in the ignition, I took a deep breath and tried to center myself. When I turned off my phone before taking off so that it wouldn't buzz and give away my location, I noticed a text message. "Hey, I don't know if you're up, but I can't sleep. You doing okay? Chloe." It killed me to silence my phone and ignore the message, but I knew that it would be worth it once this was all over. Amari would be back and I'd be more than okay. I'd be whole once again. I took off towards the park with a single goal in mind, which was to get Amari back home at all costs. I think I zoned out on the drive over because I didn't feel like I was consciously doing it. I just kind of floated towards the general direction of the park. My mind was devoid of thought. It was just me and the dark road that was simply a pathway to Amari. But once I had passed the sign with cheesy smiling face welcoming you to the park over that stupid fucking slogan, I knew this was it. This was when my life could finally start to be normal again. Instead of pulling into the parking lot, I parked just off the park's campus at a near 24-hour convenience store and made the walk over. I could feel my heartbeat ring in my ears as I made the silent walk through the parking lot. The ominous atmosphere and knowledge of what I was planning to do made every step towards the park feel like I was walking towards a terrifying fate. I couldn't describe it at the time, but from everything I had learned until that point, the place just seemed off. I knew that I was afraid. My own fear of breaking into a beloved park was to be expected. And if it was true that they were holding kids captive, then of course, that was another concern. But beyond that, there was something else. Something was tickling the primal part of my brain, flashing signals that everything went so much deeper than I could ever understand. But whatever I was feeling had to wait as I walked up to those gates. I could see a large number of rats crawling out from under the entrance, which caused me to jump back in surprise. Feeling down the cold steel, I attempted to jingle the entrance open just in case. I noticed the electric keypad lock and knew that I had to resort to the actual plan. Looking over to my left, I saw that there was a set of bushes flanking the gates. From what Miss Turner had told me, kids used to climb under those bushes to gain access into the park, but they had since installed sheets of wood to block the crawl space. Of course, with the park operating in the red, these sheets weren't exactly the most expensive or durable and could easily be kicked out. Normally, it'd be a struggle to do this because I'd be noticed pretty quickly, but with no one there, it took only a few hard kicks to the wood for me to break it down. Once it was out of the way, I was able to army crawl under the bushes and into the second park checkpoint. There, it was as simple as hopping a turnstile and strolling into the park. I had actually managed to make it inside. Even though I had done what I thought would be the most challenging part, it felt wrong. There was no security at the front, and I didn't see any flashlights in the distance. I assumed I'd have to be ducking and dodging a lot, but the place almost looked abandoned. Could they really be struggling so much that they couldn't afford security guards? Regardless of how much money they were bleeding, Protecting your property is a necessity, so why wasn't this more challenging? As I made my way through the park, I stopped a few times to marvel at what the place looked like wholly shut down. Looking for the security office was difficult. I had only been to that office once, and I wasn't in the right frame of mind to commit the path to memory. Eventually, I conceded that I was lost and was going to resort to using the park's online map to find where I was. Maybe I could even find a landmark to locate the general area of the office. No sooner had I pulled out my phone did I hear the very distinct sound of a can being kicked in the distance. I immediately scanned the area, but saw no flashlights and heard no voices. Logically, it made sense to assume it was an animal, but in the back of my mind, something was screaming that was the wrong assumption. I continued to scan the area, and to my horror, what I saw confirmed every dark fear I had about this place. Standing in the distance and clearly facing in my direction was Ronald. He was softly illuminated under a dim pathway light, so I couldn't get a good look. But what I saw unnerved me to my core. His suit was absolutely filthy, and his ordinarily perky ears hung low. Parts of his costume were in various states of decay, and he stood hunched forward with his arms dangling lazily in front of him. For a second, neither of us moved. But then in an instant he charged, and I screamed out, "Oh shit," and hauled ass out of there. I didn't know where he was going, but anywhere was better than there. I could hear his footsteps quickly gaining on me. For as clumsy as I thought the costume would make him, he was coming at me like an Olympic sprinter. I knew that I'd have no chance to outrun him and that my only real option was to hide. I dove towards the crazy mouse roller coaster and hid amongst the support structure, making sure to keep absolutely still against one of the beams as he raced past me. Millions of thoughts were firing in my head. Before I had even a second to process them, I looked up and saw Nina impossibly contorting her body to clutch onto the horizontal beams around her. She, too, was twisted. She was twice her regular size, and her beak was missing. In its place was a large, open hole in the shape of a smile with a few human teeth embedded around the hole's borders. Her costume was also rotting away, and in place of her pom-poms were human-like hands with disturbingly long fingers that each seemed to have more fingers growing from them. Her once sultry eyes were now bloodshot and sunken into her face. Her famous pizza shirt was gone, revealing multiple patches of missing feathers. She stared down at me like a spider examining its prey, and I could see drips of saliva flowing freely from her mouth. As soon as we made eye contact, she descended upon me with lightning speed. I ran into the darkness, not caring where I ended up. For a brief moment, I looked back and saw that she was running on all fours, easily climbing over all obstacles in her path. Not only did I have to worry about Nina, but Ronald was still lurking in the darkness, and I had nothing to defend myself with. For a moment, I thought that she would surely catch me as I had no place to go, but by sheer luck, I spotted the haunted estate ride and figured I could at least hide in there briefly and come up with a plan to escape. But as I made a beeline towards the ride, something grabbed my ankle and pushed me to the ground. Before I knew it, I was being dragged behind a patch of bushes, and I could only look up in horror to meet my captor's eyes. Dizzy was looking down at me, his long, freezing cold fingers wrapped all the way around my head, and he made sure to keep enough pressure to make it painful. As expected, he also looked to be in a state of disarray. His muzzle hung like a deflated balloon, and his straw hat had numerous holes in it on top of his overall look of rot. I could see chunks of his costume missing in random sections, and parts of the costume seemed to hang like loose skin. Using his other hand, he reached into my pocket and pulled out the flash drive and crushed it in one motion. Then he pulled out my lock-picking kit and flung it far from where he had me pinned. He raised a long finger to the end of his drooping mouth and made a silence motion before getting me to my feet and looking around. He stood much taller than he usually did. Last time I saw him, he was around my height at 6 feet, but this version easily stood a foot taller than me, and his arms hung low to his feet. I was in utter shock, and sweat was pouring down my face. Here before me was this monster, and I didn't know if I could run, fight, or reason with it. But it didn't matter, because I didn't even get to choose. In the blink of an eye, he reached out to grab me and shoved me into his body through a partially open slit in the suit. In my mind, I was dead. It was pitch black and freezing inside the costume. Something was hard and small in my back, and I could feel little bug-like things crawling around me. If it wasn't for my mask, they definitely would have invaded my mouth, but did it matter? I had been caught. My flash drive was destroyed, and I couldn't even make it to the security office. On top of it all, I was going to die at the hands of some otherworldly creature just because I wanted to see my little brother again. Tears began to flow liberally as I slowly resigned myself to my horrible fate. Thoughts about everything leading up to that point raided my mind. Despite every shitty thought that permeated my mind, the ones that stood out were of my friends and family. Mark, Chloe, my parents, and most of all, Amari. I'd never see them again. And why? Because I was afraid to ask for help? Because I felt that I could deal with something that I obviously didn't even understand? The least I could have done was be honest. I could have said goodbye or I love you. They'd at least have that closure of knowing how much I cared about them. And now, this was my punishment. I was in there for what felt like hours. But to my surprise, I could feel a set of cold, bony hands wrap around my body and rip me from the inside of my captor. I was back outside the park. Dizzy stood over me, and I could see numerous roaches crawling in and out of the slit that I had assumed to be my tomb. I scrambled to my feet, but he didn't move. He pointed towards the street in what I could only think was his way of telling me to go. I could see Ronald and Nina in the distance making their way towards us, and to my horror, they had brought company. Numerous other deformed characters were following them, peeking out of the darkness and descending on me. Even though I was in the parking lot, I knew I wouldn't be safe until I was completely off campus. I didn't know whether Dizzy had intentionally helped me escape or if this was simply their way of warning me to stay out. Maybe it was both. But before I ran off towards the safety of my car, Dizzy began to choke out something that seemed to be akin to his version of speech. Brother, not safe here. Deep, soon. Go. What the fuck? I thought. I didn't have time to contemplate what he meant. I simply ran and didn't look back until I was in the car and already speeding back home. I only stopped after I had been driving for half an hour. Finally, I pulled over to cry. It was hitting me all at once. This went so much deeper than I could have ever imagined. It was far more than I could have bargained for, and I had no idea where to even start. I pulled out my phone to check the time, and the first thing I saw were numerous missed calls and texts from my parents, asking where I was and why the car was missing. Shit! I yelled, slamming my fists on the dashboard. I took off towards home, knowing that a storm was waiting as soon as I pulled up. And that's precisely what it was. A couple of police officers were parked outside of my house, standing with my parents outside. I knew I was in a world of trouble. My whole world was about to come crashing down for the second time in one night. They absolutely tore into me. Though I left out that I was at the park, I tried to explain that I was looking out for Amari, but they were livid. I wanted my parents to understand that I had done this for the right reasons. I wanted them to know that I was trying to cope with it the best I could, and that the reason I was out there was the same reason they had been away so much. We were all out there searching. I knew at the end of the day they needed me to be safe. And how could I fight them on that? Especially right after losing one of their kids. I was told that I could no longer go out late or use the car. My grades had to be absolutely perfect from here on out, and that I shouldn't make any plans for summer because I was getting a job. I lost in a lot of ways that night. But this felt the most deflating. All I could do was nod and walk up those steps without saying another word. That night, vivid images of those creatures hunting me down, made for the most terrifying sleep I've ever had. Despite the trauma that would burn horrible memories into my psyche for years to come, it wasn't the creatures or my parents yelling at me that I was focused on that night. No. As I drifted off to sleep, the thought at the forefront of my mind was that as Dizzy stood over me, his name tag no longer said, "Your pal, Dizzy the dog." It clearly read, "Your pal, Daniel." As I was putting on my clothes to get ready for school, I grabbed the pair of jeans I'd worn the night before. On inspecting my pockets for my house keys, I found a small piece of paper wrapped around something solid. Opening it up revealed the words "Underplace 33" and a set of small keys. What the hell? I thought. Underplace? Did Dizzy do this? This was definitely a mystery for later, but for now, I had to get to class. The first thing I made sure to do when I got to school was to look for Jose and tell him that he wouldn't be getting his flash drive back. He said it was okay, that if anything, he was fascinated by what happened to me. We agreed to talk about things more in-depth after school, but for now, we'd just go to class. What I was most concerned with that day was how I'd tell Mark and Chloe about what happened. At first, I didn't know how I'd bring it up, but they brought up the subject at lunch. "Dude," Mark said with a look of concern, "Kristen Georges mentioned how there were police officers at your house at like 4 a.m. What the hell is going on? Don't give us some bullshit about how everything is fine, because clearly it's not." "Brandon, you've been acting so strange lately." Chloe reached out to touch my arm. "You need to tell us what's happening, because if you're in trouble, we want to help." There wasn't any escaping this conversation, and I knew I owed them the truth. They deserved the truth. I told them everything from Miss Turner and the missing kids, to the break-in, to the abominations that chased me down at the park and what Dizzy left me. I couldn't tell if they really believed me. Chloe and Mark just stared in awe at the insanity of it all. "Brandon, this is so..." Chloe began to talk. "Fucked," Mark cut in. "Yeah. I may not really understand any of this, but we're here with you either way. I can't even imagine how terrifying this must all be." "You mentioned that Dizzy gave you keys," Mark asked. "Do you think I could see them really quickly?" I reached into my backpack and handed them over for Mark to inspect. "These look like keys we'd use to operate the rides, but what would he give you those for?" "I don't know, but it doesn't matter because I probably won't be allowed out of the house for a while. Which, by the way, Chloe, I don't think I'll be able to make it to the party on Friday." "It's okay. The important thing here is that there's obviously something going on. Whatever it is, those creatures seem dead set on not letting you find out what it was." "But why would Dizzy let him go then? If what the park is hiding is so bad, then why not just kill Brandon while he was there?" "Who knows? Maybe they don't all agree with how the park is run, or maybe some of them have some humanity in them." A few minutes before the bell rang, we agreed to briefly meet up with Jose after class. After our classes ended for the day, we grabbed a library conference room and I showed him the note. "Underplace 33? Jose thought for a moment, but then shook his head. "Nah, no idea. How do you guys know this isn't a trap?" I took the note back and shoved it into my backpack. Why would they trap me when I was already captured? Dizzy could have given me to Ronald or Nina or killed me himself. Instead, he let me go. Look, the note is obviously referring to something underground. Maybe under the park, like a ride that takes you underground? Jose thought again. Maybe it's referencing the catacombs. The original creators of Cheesies really wanted to do their best to emulate other parks. Legend has it, they even included their own underground system for the workers. Maybe that's what it's referring to? Chloe crossed her arms and thought before turning to Mark. "Mark, you worked there, right? Do you know anything about catacombs?" "Yeah, but from what I know, they were only really used during the park's heyday. In modern times, they've had to downsize staff a lot, so the employee tunnels weren't really used. The most legitimate thing I've heard about them is that maintenance used them to keep supplies." "Okay, well, that's a start, at least." I looked down at the note on the table. It makes the most sense, right? But what about 33? To this, both Mark and Jose were stumped. 33 didn't register as anything of significance to either of them, no matter what I tried to connect it to. After banging our heads against the wall for half an hour, we had to pivot back to the catacombs. Okay, so in theory, how would I get down there? I asked Jose. We, Chloe stated. If you're going, Mark and I are coming with you. Wait, Mark is going with who to where? Mark said softly. We can, talk about that, right? Chloe gave Mark a look that could turn Medusa to stone, and he quickly reneged on a statement. Chloe, I'm not going to argue this. You guys can only help me to a certain point. I'm not going to argue it either. You literally almost died last time. Let us help you and... Guys, Jose cut in. Maybe before you decide who goes where, you should figure out where you're even going? Right. I looked around the room expectantly. So, how do we get in? Jose shouted. Oh, easy. There was a rumor about being able to access it through the Blackbeard Adventure water ride. Supposedly, if you get off at the part where Blackbeard's sitting in his chair surrounded by his treasure, there's a secret door behind him. That must be what the keys are for, Mark replied enthusiastically. If you can start up the ride, then you should be able to get to it. Sounds like we have a plan, then. Jose, is there any way you could help us to get to the catacombs? He laughed. Fuck no. I'll stick to reading creepy stories on the internet. But you guys feel free to live your best lives. Well, at least as long as you're alive. Chloe rolled her eyes. Anyway, one problem. Our happy, fuzzy buddies? They'd probably be crawling all over the place, and who knows what's hanging out inside those rides? She had a point. If I couldn't make it to the security office, what were the odds that I could get to the Blackbeard ride and make it to the catacombs? And if I did, who was to say that they wouldn't be waiting for me down there? Jose told us he needed to study but wished us luck, and we concluded our meeting with that. We had made progress, but I knew that I needed to talk to Miss Turner. Mark dropped me off at home, and I immediately went up to my room to call her. Hello? The familiar voice picked up on the other end. Hey, Miss Turner, it's Brandon again. I went back to the park, and I saw something that I think you should know about. I proceeded to tell her about the events of that night, and most importantly, about how I think I found her son. Or whatever remained of him. I'm really sorry, Miss Turner. No, don't be. You found him. Thank you. Even though I found him like that? Whatever remains is what remains. But that's my journey to deal with. What you've told me just strengthens how I felt. That place is pure evil. Nothing about it can remain. And that means what exactly? I asked. Doesn't matter yet. Did you find anything else? When Dizzy, or Daniel, grabbed me, he put something in my pocket. It turned out to be a note with the words "under place" and 2 keys that go to the ride control panel. I think that he wants me to go to the catacombs, but I'm not sure what I'll find there. So, when are you going back? I don't know. My parents aren't too happy at me for sneaking out, so I'm not sure when I can safely leave the house again. Brandon! The way she raised her voice caught me off guard for a moment. This is a hell of a lot bigger than your parents grounding you. Your brother and countless other kids are at stake. She was right. Even though I was scared of what my parents would do to me, I was terrified of what that park would do to Amari. The truth was, I didn't know if I could save him, but I had to do everything I could to try and get him back. I asked her if we could meet at a local restaurant to talk about it in person, and she agreed. I let Mark and Chloe know about my plans and decided to let them tag along. After class the next day, we drove over to the agreed-upon spot and caught her smoking a cigarette in the parking lot in front of her car. As soon as she saw us, She promptly stomped it out and made a remark about how weird it felt to be talking to teenagers. To be fair, the feeling was very mutual, but we both knew that we had a goal that could only be accomplished together. With the somewhat awkward greeting out of the way, she got down to the real reason we were there. "When are you going back?" The answer was clear, no matter how I felt about it or how absolutely terrified I was. "I have to." "Good," Miss Turner said with no emotion. "And your friends?" Chloe didn't hesitate to answer. "Yes, we're going with him." "Okay, time out," Mark interjected. "Can we talk about this? Like, all of this? Isn't this more of a job you do for the police? And how do we know that those people were really monsters or whatever you want to call them? What if the park just fucks with people?" I rolled my eyes. "Mark, what cop is going to believe that I saw what I saw there? And you think they'd do all of this to mess with people on the rare chance someone breaks in? I was in the costume, man. In the costume. There literally wasn't a person in there to fuck with me." "Look, I don't know, man. I really don't. What if we just told the cops that something was going down at the park? They'd come and investigate and everything is fine." Miss Turner cut in. "I doubt those things are going to let any cops see them. Besides, even if they did, they'd probably just think they were employees. It wouldn't prompt any investigation." Okay, then how about this?" Mark began to retort. "How do I know that this isn't all crazy bullshit? Guys, we're talking about breaking and entering. Brandon, you're my bro, and I do want to believe you. But this is all just seems so crazy. How do I know for a fact that this isn't just some story to get revenge on a park that you think took Amari?" He had a point. I had no proof of what I saw, and there was definitely a motive for me to try and do some damage by any means necessary. I stepped forward. "You don't know. You can't until you see it for yourself. And frankly, I don't want you guys to see what I saw. So here's the deal. You both have an out. I don't want you there with me, and if either of you don't want to be there, don't come. Simple as that. I'd be more than happy to let you be safe." As expected, they took some time to weigh the heavy consequences of their decisions, but after a few moments of silence, they looked at each other and nodded. "We're here for you, man. All the way." "So what's the plan then?" No sooner had she asked that question had Miss Turner spotted a rat circling her foot. She yelped in surprise and immediately told us all to go home and we'd discuss the plan later. Confused, we watched her run to her car and speed off without so much as a goodbye. "She's an odd lady," Chloe mentioned. "She definitely doesn't inspire any kind of confidence for whatever we end up doing," Mark added. I agreed, but she also had the best knowledge of the park. She could potentially give us access to the resources we weren't likely to get by ourselves. She had been in this for far longer than any of us had, and it didn't feel right to take the personal stakes she had away from her. Later that night, I got a text message from Miss Turner saying that we should all get together Saturday night. The plan was to meet up at a park near my house at around 2 a.m. From there, we'd discuss everyone's roles and how we'd go about this. I pressured her into giving me something to prepare for, but she kept saying how it was only safe to talk about these things in person where there were no rats. Out of sheer curiosity, I asked Miss Turner about what her aversion to rats was all about. She explained that it was just personal paranoia, and that whenever she'd talk about something and there was a rat or a mouse present, bad things would happen. Oddly enough, the days leading up to Friday were completely normal. I think that subconsciously Mark, Chloe, and I wanted things to be that way. We all knew how drastically our lives could change on Saturday, and we tried to keep things as lighthearted as possible. It was almost like an unspoken rule that the last day before the shit would hit would be spent in peace. As an unexpected surprise, Chloe even came over Friday night completely unannounced. She convinced my parents that she needed help with a project in a class that I was currently actually doing well in. Though I thought Chloe would use a night to party and de-stress, I accepted her visit without a second thought. As soon as we got to my room, she mentioned how there wasn't actually a project. As fun as the party sounded, she ultimately wanted to spend time with me before Saturday. We spent that night talking about everything. Not just about Park, but about life, growing up, the world, and everything. Eventually, our feelings about each other. That night enforced how much I cared about her. My emotions towards my friends might be irrelevant to the bigger picture. Still, I genuinely believe that her visit was the only reason I could go into the next day with the confidence I had knowing that she'd be there with me. And when that time came, I was as ready as I could be. I was still completely terrified, but I was still going to go in there and do everything possible to get my brother back. I donned the same black clothes that I'd worn last time and pocketed the keys and the note. On my way out, I made sure to stuff my sheets in case someone glanced in and closed the door for an added security layer. My parents were both fast asleep, and I managed to sneak out of the house by 1:30 a.m. By the time I made it to the park, I could see that Chloe and Mark were already waiting, and both were also entirely dressed in black. Chloe ran up to give me a hug, and Mark gave me a simple nod. I could tell that he was on edge, which, given the circumstances, was completely understandable. "You guys ready?" I asked. Mark shook his head. "Definitely not, but I'm here anyway because that's what friends do." "Let's just be really careful," Chloe added. Before we could reply, we caught Miss Turner arriving in her beat-up minivan. She promptly hopped out and motioned for us to come over. "Just out of curiosity, what are the chances she's actually the bad guy and murders us?" Mark whispered. This prompted Chloe to elbow him in the stomach while she told him to stop being ridiculous. But as soon as we walked up to her car and saw the supplies she had inside, Mark's suggestion didn't seem too far off. Before us was a pair of bolt cutters, a pocket knife, and gloves. But the most serious part of Miss Turner's arsenal was the handgun she had holstered. "Jesus, that's a fucking gun! What are you gonna do with that?" She glared at him. "For protection. If one of those things came at us, then nothing. We aren't fucking shooting anyone. I don't care if you think those things in costumes aren't human. If they are, then we go down for fucking murder. Brandon, Chloe, please tell me you're not okay with this crazy chick." Chloe agreed. "Mark is right. Exploring this place is fine, but I'm not okay with anything involving a gun." She rolled her eyes and opened the passenger side door to pop the gun in the glove compartment. "Fine, it's gone. No problem, but can we get going?" The three of us agreed and we hopped into her car with me taking the front seat next to her. The vehicle had a distinct smell of gasoline and cigarettes. The interior looked like it had seen better days, and I'm pretty sure empty beer cans were rustling around at my feet. Part of me felt awful for Miss Turner. Here she was, relying on kids to help her heal the trauma she had been dealing with for years. To this day, I can't even imagine how desperate she must have felt, seeing as she was willing to go through with all of that. The ride over was quiet. I didn't know if it was nerves or focus, probably a mixture of both. I can only vouch for myself, but there were multiple points during the ride where I wanted to ask Miss Turner to pull over and take us back. The closer we got, the more my anxiety started to ratchet up as the vivid images of those things flashed through my mind. When we finally arrived in the empty parking lot, my heart was damn near beating out of my chest. There wasn't any turning back now. Chloe and Miss Turner were the first to exit the car. I sat in silence, staring at the front gate, reliving every horrible moment I was there. Mark asked me if I was all right, and I told him I needed a moment. He nodded in understanding and grabbed the bolt cutters and spray paint as he got out. I was alone now with my thoughts. Here was my moment. I had my chance to take back my brother and never see this awful place again. And yet, I was sitting in the car doing nothing. I don't think of myself as a brave person. I don't have a particular level of resolve or heroic character. At the end of the day, I was desperate. But that desperation was the only thing that was going to get Amari back. Before I stepped out of the car, I eyeballed the glove compartment. It was stupid. I knew I had never shot a gun before in my life, but if I was going to get Amari back, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to have it. I quickly opened it up and stuffed the barrel into my waistband, hiding the handle under my hoodie. I took in one big breath and exhaled before popping out of the car into the frigid cold air. The sting of it almost sobered me from my emotions. Miss Turner looked me up and down. "You ready?" I nodded. "So, what's the plan?" "Mark and I will try and draw some attention from those things. You and Chloe need to get to the Black Beard ride. She can operate the ride while you hide in one of the tubes and wait until you have to pop out." "Wait, why doesn't Mark go with me? He has experience with the ride, so he'd know how to operate it, right?" "I do, but if this plane relies on us being chased around, my cardio is going to last a lot longer than Chloe's. Besides, turning on the ride is easy. I told her how to do it while you were in the car." "Fine, but you are out of there as soon as the ride starts, you and Mark." What if I want to go with you?" Chloe asked. "No, you guys have already done enough. Chloe, as soon as that ride gets moving, bail. Mark, I'll text you, and it'll be the same deal." "So where do Chloe and I go?" Mark asked. "Best spot is off campus. Are you going to go with them, Miss Turner?" She shook her head. "No, I'll leave the keys with Chloe. As soon as Mark gets to the car, you guys just take it off campus. I'll meet you later." "And what are you going to do while they're leaving? You're not going to go with them?" "We all have our goals, Brandon. You guys just worry about staying safe." As curious as I was about what she planned to do, I honestly didn't have much time to think about it, and that was fine by me. I just wanted to get Amari back. We walked to the front gates and spent a few minutes cutting the padlocks. And as soon as it broke and fell to the ground with a distinct thud, we knew we were at the point of no return. We slowly creaked the door open, and waiting for us on the other side was a silent hellscape masquerading as an amusement park. Mark took point in leading us to the Blackbeard ride. We moved methodically through the park, doing our best to not make any noise. At first, it seemed to work. I actually had some hope that we could make it through this without seeing any of the characters. But just as I was starting to let my guard down, we spotted Nina, waiting on top of the spinning soda cup ride. Chloe, Mark, and Miss Turner looked on in horror as they saw the spider-like abomination perched on top of the ride, peering down at us. And as soon as it registered who we were, she moved viciously fast towards us. We broke off into two groups as planned, but Nina didn't care. She tore off after Chloe and me until Mark picked up a nearby stone and hurled it in her direction. It landed just in front of her without hesitation. Nina spun around and gave chase to Mark. He was already running in the opposite direction and screaming as he went. Chloe called after him, but I grabbed her wrist and screamed that we had to go. We ran in the general direction of the Blackbeard ride and didn't see any more of the characters. We knew from looking at park maps beforehand that it was a straight shot down and then a sharp right. If we hurried, we could easily make it there. We took off towards our destination, but just before we had to make the right, we spotted Ronald standing in the middle of the walkway. Chloe quickly pulled me behind a set of trash cans, and we watched as Ronald slowly sauntered around, scanning the area. The sweat poured from my brow as I peeked around the trash can to see that soulless husk drag its body forward. It moved silently down the path, and even though its eyes were faced inward, it felt like it was still taking stock of every tiny movement around it. But just as it was about to pass us, it stopped. My heart dropped, and I quickly retracted my head and made myself as small as possible so that no part of me was visible. I squeezed my eyes tight, praying that it'd go away. I had the darkest feeling that it knew that we were there and we had nowhere to run. All we could do was stay silent and hope that it turned away. A strange cold came over me, and just as I imagined him reaching over the completely meaningless barrier we were sitting behind, I heard a voice yell out from a distance. Mark was on the other side of the pathway, screaming to get Ronald's attention. Without hesitation, it moved towards Mark. Chloe and I took our opportunity to go. We could feel multiple pairs of eyes watching us as some shadows started to close in on our position as we went. We were exposed, and we knew it. Our best bet was to get to the Blackbeard ride and complete what we had came here to do. As soon as it was in our sights, an extra burst of adrenaline kicked in, and we dove into the empty building that contained the ride. A slim figure slithered towards us as we slowly rose up on thin legs out of the darkness. The character resembling a tall, decaying doll with melted facial features and pinpoint red eyes stared directly at us. Still, it didn't dare to enter the ride. I could feel the tears streaming down my face as it paced the entrance and never for a second looking away. We were entirely still watching it stare us down, and then for an utterly unexplainable reason, it moved on. Chloe and I both needed a moment of rest. In the near darkness, all I could hear was the moving water and her light sobs. "Chloe, are you okay? Look." I reached for the keys in my pocket and tried to find her hand in the darkness to pass them off. "The second you start this ride, run back to the car, and you'll never have to see this place again." Once I found them, I placed the keys in her hand and helped her to her feet. Without warning, she pulled me into a tight hug and told me that if she had to leave me through the catacombs, that I had to promise that no matter what, I'd come back safe. I promised, Chloe. Using her phone's light to guide her to the control panel, she went to work on trying to get the water ride to start up. There were 6 small boats lined up in a row. Not knowing what awaited me inside the animatronic world of Blackbeard, I took the last boat and tried to lay as flat as possible under the seat. I waited until I heard the distinct buzzer indicating that the ride had started, and I was off. The ride jolted forward and the world of Blackbeard came to life. I could only peek out of my spot, which allowed me to watch the animatronics dancing and singing to the cheesy pirate and bad voice acting. I had honestly forgotten how long the ride was as I was waiting. Still, when it got to a portion where there was simulated cannon fire between opposing ships, I knew it was halfway over. All I had to do was hold out until then. Among the booming cannon fire came a piercing scream that sounded like it had years of pain and anguish behind it. A large, dark figure rose behind the smoke, and my eyes grew wide as I heard the bellowing screams of the now invisible animatronic that drew near. The animatronic pirate had big, vacant white eyes and a large hooked nose that mimicked a beak. His massive hands each had 2 long human fingers in the shape of claws, and he was riddled with holes exposing a body covered in coral. I hoped he wouldn't see me, but my hope was dashed when he screamed my name and jumped into the first boat. "Brandon," his voice boomed. The robotic nature of his voice was made apparent through the multiple times his sentences would skip. "Where's my fucking treasures, you little shit? I'll fucking kill you." I could see him looking through the first boat, but to no avail. He screamed in frustration. Without warning, he jumped into the second boat, and using his grotesquely long fingers, flipped the first boat out of the water, causing a loud boom. "I'll flip every fucking boat, sailor." Boom. 4 left, but we were almost there. I'll break your fucking neck as soon as I find you." Boom. 3 remaining. I knew I was right around the corner. "You little piece of shit. Where's my treasure, boy?" Boom. Just 2. I could see I was slowly coming up on Blackbeard's treasure room. "You're going to die today." Boom. He was on my boat. The treasure room was just in front of us. I took a chance and exploded out of the boat. In one big leap, I made it onto the Blackbeard's platform. The animatronic screamed after me, and I could see it starting to move towards me. I quickly scrambled through the treasure and found a hatch. I flung it open and started climbing down the ladder into the catacombs. I heard a loud thud as the hatch closed above me and something slamming down. Once my feet reached the ground, I ran forward for a bit and peeked over my shoulder to see if Blackbeard had followed me down, but he never did. I was completely alone. I exhaled a deep breath of relief. I always knew that ride was whack. What I was faced with was essentially a concrete service tunnel. I noticed my footsteps echoed as I walked, and I didn't hear any other voices or footsteps in front or behind me. For the first time in a while, I was sure that I was alone. I checked my phone real quick to see if I had any service, and it was weak, but there. I wanted to send a message to Mark, but noticed he had already sent me a ton of text messages. My eyes grew wide as I read them. Mark. Dude, what the fuck? I think this lady is trying something. She disappeared when we split up. Saw her later pouring gasoline. Dude, she's gonna set this place on fire. Hurry the fuck up and get the fuck out of there. Miss Turner was going to set this place ablaze. If I didn't get to Mari and get out, all of this would be for nothing. I texted Mark to run back to the car if he hadn't already, and that I'd meet him and Chloe soon. For the first time, I thought I had a chance to breathe, but my sense of urgency came back with a vengeance. I jogged forward through the bleak tunnel, watching the rats scurry by me. They seemed to be the only one form of life in that place that went on for God knows how long. Eventually, my jog slowed into a fast walk as I ran out of breath. It was only after I started to cool down that I realized how freezing this place was. Even though I was wearing warm clothes, it felt like I was walking in a damn freezer. I don't remember how long I walked or where I came to the end of the tunnel. Almost out of nowhere, a door that looked like it belonged to a janitorial closet appeared in front of me. But when my eyes focused on the very clear 33 engraved near the top, I had finally made it. Everything was leading up to this. Every moment of terror, every tear shed, all the pain, everything that was going to culminate right here. I reached for the knob and slowly opened the creaking door to reveal the wretched sight on the other end. A morbidly obese man sat on a rotting wooden throne at the end of a small concrete room. He wore a soggy, molded, cheesy mask whose typically large smile had deflated into an apparent frown. His body was mostly covered with what looked like stitched-together clothes. Despite his exceedingly large frame, his fingers were large and bony, and they clung desperately to the throne. At his feet were small, mummified corpses, hundreds of rats running about through little tunnels scattered around the room. The smell of rot and cigarettes wafted through the air, and my eyes stung as soon as it hit me. "Fuck," I whispered. "You have entered the domain of the Rat King, Brandon. We were expecting you. You should show some respect." His voice was gravelly yet calm with a hint of playfulness, and he hissed as he spoke. "You knew I was coming?" "We kept a close eye on you from the very beginning. We heard about your plans to pay us a little visit. The king told his servants on the ground outside to be on the lookout. However, to his disappointment, one of them disobeyed his king. But in due time, he will be fixed. Yes, everything will be fixed." "And who is we?" "We are a kingdom, boy, a kingdom. We are the ones who run the park and all operations within it." "So, you bastards are the one that took my little brother?" "The happiness here is guaranteed. It is not allowed to be unhappy here. The park does not permit it. But more importantly, the Rat King does not permit it. But still your brother was unhappy. That had to be fixed, and the only way to fix it is to dedicate yourself to bringing happiness to others. That is how you get into the good graces of the Rat King." Anger was building up inside of me. "Why do all of this? We could have just left the park. I don't get why you'd cause so much pain." Of course you wouldn't understand, boy. No one can reach the same level of enlightenment as the Rat King. You say he brings pain, but instead he brings joy to his people. He is kind, and in return he gets sustenance in any form he desires. It is a fair deal, says I. Your crazy ass can believe whatever the fuck you want. Just give me my brother back, or... Oh, what, boy? You do not threaten the Rat King. No one threatens the Rat King. Even the man who finances my kingdom can't intimidate me. Neither can the police or the media. And do you know why, boy? Because the king, he is all. He knows all. Secrets are valuable, and the Rat King is rich in secrets. I was done with that park, done with its characters, and done with this delusional man who had some warped sense of control from underneath an amusement park. I whipped out the gun and pointed it towards him, frustration and anger guiding my emotions. Where's my brother? Another laugh came from behind the mask. Brandon, you're not going to shoot me. You are merely a child, one who has never fired a gun before, and now you'd shoot the Rat King? You aren't a hero, boy, except that he has done everything for the greater good of the park. Put away the gun. You're not capable of using it anyway. For Amari, I'd do anything. How can you say that, boy? You've never killed, and you won't today. For a moment I wavered. I had gone through all of this for Amari, all of this pain and suffering. Now here I was, with the perfect opportunity, and the only thing standing between me and my brother was this disgusting sack of shit. I couldn't pull the trigger. He was right. I was just a kid way over my head. Sneaking into this place is one thing, but killing, I wasn't a killer, no matter what the stakes. I just didn't have it in me. But at that moment, I didn't necessarily have to. You say this place is your kingdom, right? If you don't give me my brother back, it's going to burn to the ground. What? I could hear the hitch in his voice. Quickly, 3 rats crawled up his body and into a hole in the mask. If you don't give me back Amari, I'll tell my friend up there to burn it all. You can call your friends to come kill me, but I guarantee one text message reaches her before they reach me. How dare you, boy? How dare you? This time I could hear real frustration. The Rat King's cool and calm demeanor had drastically changed, and this time I felt the gun was more for self-defense than to threaten him. Leave my park, boy. I command you. At first I thought young Amari could bring happiness to the children, but now I see being rotten runs in the family. Maybe he is nothing more than rat food. How dare he? How dare he take Amari from me and then reduce my fucking brother to rat food? This horrible man tried ruining our lives, and he dared say that to me? Everything leading up to that moment flooded my mind. All I could think about was how that disgusting creature stole my happiness and didn't deserve to speak another word. Before I even know what happened, a loud bang rang out. Then another and another. Then silence. I stood in silence, completely in shock of what I had done. But before I had a chance to reflect, a horde of rats poured out from the bullet holes like water from a faucet and rushed towards me. Without thinking, I quickly fired off the gun into what I thought was a corpse, but all I was met with was another wave of horrible rodents. I quickly spun around and ran out the door, the rush of adrenaline allowing me to sprint down the tunnel in a fraction of the time it took me to walk, but in my haste I dropped the gun. That horde wanted blood, and the non-stop hissing that came from each of them was a constant reminder that if I stopped, they would pick my bones clean. Sudden relief hit as I caught the ladder in my sights. When I was within 5 feet of the ladder, I opted to jump onto the rungs and quickly sprawl out of the hatch. Looking down, I could see that the tunnel was utterly filled with rats. Once I was out of the hatch, I could see them spilling out of every hole in the ride. I bolted through the ride's exit and didn't stop sprinting until I saw the park's gates. I easily jumped the turnstile and left the attraction behind me, not once looking back. I didn't stop sprinting until I saw the gates to the parking lot. The only moment of solace I had was when I finally saw the car in the distance, and as soon as Mark noticed me, he popped the door open for me to jump into the back seat. No sooner had he done that than did we watch as the park went up in flames. He waited for Miss Turner to show up, but she never did. We tried texting and calling, but her phone went straight to voicemail every single time. Eventually, we knew that we needed to get the hell out of there, and we sped off back home. I don't remember what time we got back to the park. We still had a little bit before the sun came back up, but the three of us spent that entire time crying. That night hurt us all so profoundly. It left scars that still persist to this day. It wasn't until maybe 6 or 7 in the morning did any of us feel comfortable enough to go home. We left the car at the park and simply walked to each of our houses without saying a word. We were all just so tired. We had been pushed so far beyond our limits mentally and physically that there was nothing left to give. I can only speak for myself, but I took it especially hard. After all of that, I failed again. So what was the point? Why did I make everyone go through literal hell just to not get my brother back? I felt that if Chloe and Mark hated me for the rest of my life, it would have been justified. I managed to sneak back into my house and into my room. No one had noticed my absence. I found it strange how my parents slept peacefully while I was having a literal nightmare. I tried to get some sleep, but through the tears and adrenaline, it was impossible. Eventually, I just opted to stay awake until my body gave out. It wasn't until after 1 p.m. that a knock came at the door. I didn't bother to check who it was, but when my mom answered, I could hear a loud scream that prompted me a deep, dark hole to crawl down. Is he continuing to do the horrible things he was doing before? Jonathan was fascinated by magic. For as long as he could recall, it was something that undoubtedly enthralled him. Perhaps it was the enigmatic nature that drew him towards it. He remembered witnessing his first act of wonder on the streets when an old man had a random woman select a card from a deck. He could still recollect the old man's appearance. He had pale skin veneered with a river of frozen ripples across his face. His cheeks sagged to his chin as if pocketing small bundles of change. His eyebrows were white and bushy, veiling his eyes while complementing his dense mustache. He wore a classy suit, featuring a tasteful vest beneath. A golden chain looped precariously from his vest, disappearing behind the flap of his jacket. On his head, he had a top hat which added to his already towering height. The woman appeared rather extravagant herself, donning a quite lavishing red dress with a brown fur coat, her brunette hair resting comfortably upon the fleecy collar. Even in the heels she sported, she barely measured up to the old man's chest. He had her gaze upon the card before returning it to its home in the deck, shuffling them while he entertained the audience with an array of phrases, gaining their laughter in return. After the cards had received enough attention, he fanned them out in a smooth and yet swift motion. Every card held their red backsides to the audience, all but one. In the heart of the arched row of cards poked a white tip of one rebellious one. At that moment there, everyone, including Jonathan, had gasped. The old man asked the woman to retrieve the card. As she did, he inquired if that was the card she had selected, and regardless, right or wrong, he would later tell her something about the card she was removing. The woman procured the card, staring at it before slowly shaking her head in discontent. Jonathan remembered how he felt at that moment. He felt sorry for the old man and held his head down in dismay. However, the old man wasn't finished. He simply shrugged his shoulders feebly before asking the woman why she had taken 2 cards from him. Confused, the woman argued back that she hadn't. Yet the old man pressed on, ensuring that she in fact had taken 2 cards and that one was in her coat pocket. She was hesitant, but slowly she placed her hand in her pocket and immediately her eyes lit up. Jonathan's lit up as well, unable to gauge the possibility of the old man's act. The woman removed her hand from her coat pocket, and to everyone's amazement, a card was in it. The man once again asked if the card she now held, the 2 of diamonds, was the card she had selected. With quivering hands, she was speechless, simply nodding, producing an extended smile and showcasing everyone the card. Everyone around applauded, but the old man held up his hands to gesture silence. He notified everyone that he had vowed to inform the woman something about the first card she had selected. He asked her if the first card had been her original choice before selecting the second one. She was speechless again, holding one hand to her mouth. After a few seconds, she claimed that it was, but that it was something she had decided in her thoughts. It was at that moment the crowd burst into a thunderous applause, even louder than before. The old man's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he issued a long, leisure bow. After that day, Jonathan was forever instilled with captivation. From then on, he recognized that a magician is what he wanted to become. Jonathan witnessed that act 3 years. From that moment on, card tricks were the tool he toiled with, anxious to create a routine of his own that would have crowds applauding in amazement. Of course, this was all a pipe dream, if anything. He lived with his mother in a rather run-down part of the city. His father had passed some years ago when he was too young to remember. His mother had claimed that he died from stress, of working so hard at the shoe factory, barely keeping their heads above water to make ends meet. They were just shy from being dirt poor, and with his father gone, the weight of that burden now resided on his mother, who worked long-hour shifts. Jonathan tried to pull his own weight to assist his mother, functioning as a paper route boy. Every morning, well beyond even the slightest glimmer of light, he would wake up to meet his boss, Mr. Garrett, at a stand down the corner. Mr. Garrett, who was a rather impatient, pudgy fellow, was reluctant to hire the boy at first, but caved after Jonathan proved his worth by working the first few shifts free of charge. Jonathan was hard working at his job, often finishing earlier than Mr. Garrett's past employees. Because of such, the man barely had anything to say against the boy. So when Jonathan went on again about the headline on the papers about the great Occam Cobb, he indulged the boy.
"Mr. Garrett, it's him again!"
he exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Garrett was lazily fanning through one of the papers. He was an objectively large man and always seemed to have a frown pressed across his lips. One of his hefty fingers rubbed his brow after correcting the cabbie hat on his head. Afterwards, he lugged his attention from the paper he was reading.
"What's that?"
he asked in a monotone voice.
"It's him, the great Occam Cobb,"
Jonathan answered, giving the name his best announcer voice. Mr. Garrett sniffed briskly before returning his attention to the paper.
"Oh, that coot, huh? Is he still at it?"
"At it? He's the greatest magician in the world, and it says he'll be performing here all week starting next week."
Mr. Garrett was silent, turning the pages nonchalantly.
"Mr. Garrett, did you hear what I said? He's coming here,"
Jonathan repeated in a voice even more excited than before. The elevation in his voice seemed to startle the man, as if pulling him out of a trance.
"That's great, kid,"
he said without looking up, the top of his hat bobbed from nodding.
"It's fantastic,"
Jonathan replied, staring wide-eyed at the black and white photo depicting a man. He was rather young, with black hair combed and greased to the side, complementing his classy suit. One hand rested just under his chin, with fingers curling around it while an eyebrow was raised. His other hand, poked from under his arm, clamped tight to a wand. His entire expression seemed as though he was peering deep into Jonathan's eyes, almost inquiring him if what he would see was genuine magic or deception. Occam Cobb was Jonathan's favorite magician, or perhaps idol was a better word for it. Although he had never attended a show of the man, the rumors of his talents and reputation were enough to fuel his imagination of what the man could do. He heard nothing less than Occam Cobb was a true magician of the ages, or Occam defies the laws of physics, or his favorite, the great Occam Cobb has surpassed all his predecessors, creating a new genre of magic. Of course, these were all headlines on the newspapers, but even the words from people were no different. Regardless, Occam Cobb was coming to his city to perform. The thought alone sent a spark of vigor through Jonathan's body. He immediately dug in his pocket to pull out a beaten set of playing cards. He was able to purchase them after saving up enough. At the time, he was uncertain to buy them, but his mother insisted that he could since all he talked about was magic. She said it was okay and that it would be his early birthday present for that year.
All right, Mr. Garrett. Can you pick a card, please?
He asked, holding up the fanned-out deck. Mr. Garrett sighed behind the paper before dropping it and sluggishly grabbing a card. He quickly peered at the card, barely looking at the face before putting it back in. Jonathan smiled devilishly while shuffling the cards, attempting at once again to give his best announcing voice.
So you picked that card, huh? You think that suit is the one to do it? It's possible I might never find it, but you can't resist the image of the card in your mind, can you?
When he was finished shuffling, he put his finger on the top of the deck.
The card on the top will be the one you pick. Are you ready?
Mr. Garrett had a glazed look in his eyes, issuing another brisk sniff. With the awkward silence, Jonathan continued.
Okay, is this your card?
He said, lifting the card, revealing it to him. The card revealed a 3 of spades. Mr. Garrett nodded with an unfazed face.
Yeah, that's it. Good job, kid,
he replied, returning to his paper.
You're all done for the day, right? You can go home then. See you bright and early tomorrow.
Jonathan barely heard his words, having returned his attention to the picture in the paper. He smiled to himself, admiring the photo. He knew Mr. Garrett had seen the trick a million times. He needed to make a new trick, though, one that would surely blow the minds of everyone away. Better yet, if he could meet Occam Cobb, even if just for a second, he could show him his trick, and maybe it would be enough to amaze even the greatest magician. Occam Cobb would arrive in a week, which meant Jonathan had to create and perfect his trick in that allotted time frame. All throughout the next few days, he found himself contemplating on the trick, on what to do, and how to do it. He began multitasking, pondering while working on breaks, and even before sleeping at night. With the arrival of the magician coming closer, Jonathan began to worry he wouldn't be able to come up with a clever enough trick. However, 2 days before the inevitable, a new trick had dawned on him. Throughout those final 2 days, he practiced the trick intricately, even threatening to be late on a few deliveries. He became more and more obsessed to perfect it, making sure to pay attention to all the details until at last the week at hand had arrived. That day, Jonathan had never felt such a surge of anxiety and apprehension. He found himself stuttering a few times while talking to fellow customers, even with Mr. Garrett.
You all right, kid? You were a little skittish today.
For some reason, he had lost his voice at the point. He simply nodded a little. Mr. Garrett gave him a puzzled look, but gazed at the headline of one of the papers stating, "See the great Occam Cobb tonight."
You're nervous about that Cobb fellow. It really means that much to you, doesn't it?
He noted, giving off the first smile Jonathan had ever seen.
Tell you what, you can get off early today.
Jonathan's eyes lit up.
Really?
Yeah, go on. Get out of here.
With that, Jonathan took off, racing home, never stopping once until he arrived. He came across his mother, who happened to be on her way out. She was a frail-looking woman with a face stained with light wrinkles, mingling of stress and exhaustion. She stood with a slight hunch, more than likely a result from preserving the posture at the sewing factory. A few strands had managed to escape her poorly sustained bun, falling across her weary eyes. They widened when they recognized the boy running up to her.
Jonathan, what are you doing home so early?
Mother, you wouldn't believe it.
He said excitedly, half out of breath. She shook her head in complete confusion, holding up a hand to her head.
Slow down, child. Catch your breath first.
He smiled, pausing for a second before attempting to repeat the news.
Occam Cobb, Mother! He's here tonight performing!
She closed her eyes, rendering a soft sigh of relief before giving off a sheepish reply.
That's wonderful, Jonathan. I thought something terrible had happened.
No, it's the greatest thing ever!
Well, that's good. Why don't you head inside? I started to warm up some soup for dinner. I've got to head in for my next shift.
Well, Mother, I was wondering if it was maybe possible for me to go?
His mother halted, giving off another long sigh.
Jonathan, we've talked about this before. I don't mind when you play with your cards or tricks as long as it doesn't interfere with what's important. What's important right now is our home and the money we get to keep it. We can't just throw what little we have on just anything, especially not just to watch another person. Our priority is for the things that can keep us alive. You understand that, don't you?
Jonathan felt his heart grow heavy. His eyes fell to the ground slowly.
You understand?
Yes, I understand, Mother.
Good. One day, you will get over all this magic and you'll look back at this moment and realize that this was the right decision.
She said, issuing a light kiss on his forehead. Afterwards, she parted ways, disappearing down the street. Jonathan felt his eyes grow watery. A few tears escaped, rolling down his cheek. He quickly rubbed them away. His appetite had diminished, not caring for the meal his mother had prepared for him. Instead, he began walking down the street with his head still lowered. Along the way, he could see a man with a tall pole lighting the candles of street posts. Around him, the skittering of paws could be heard from the stray cats that ran amok. The sky grew cooler and darker, the streetlights becoming his only guide in the darkness. In the distance, he could see another set of lights brighter than the area around. Upon inspecting, he could tell it was coming from the city's grand theater where Occam Cobb would perform. He made his way towards the building, observing the large crowd of people flooding slowly inward. "Witness the Great Occam Cobb" was spread in large letters across a long banner hanging in the front. The people were all dressed lavishly with men in noteworthy suits, some with comparable top hats, even a few with canes. The women wrapped along their arms were ones to gleam as well. They glowed with gorgeous dresses, coats of the most extravagant fur, and jewelry that pirouetted every movement in the light. They muttered among themselves while the line traversed forward to a man at the door accepting their tickets. The people were about to witness the performance of a lifetime, he thought to himself. Unfortunately for him, he was left to simply speculate on what marvels he would be missing out on. After several more minutes, the crowds had subsided, completely contained within the wide structure. The air around had reverted back to its ensnaring stillness. Jonathan sat across the building with his knees to his chest, resting his head atop. He listened as an orchestra could be heard blaring their instruments from inside, followed by a thunderous applause. For every long pause of silence, the orchestra would intervene, followed by another round of clapping. He was ready to return home until he was startled by a man exiting the side of the building. He was carrying a box and tossed it to the side before re-entering. Jonathan bit his lip, thinking for a second. This was his chance, and it might be his only one. He nodded his head and quickly made his way to the door. After waiting a few seconds, he attempted to turn the knob. It twisted open without effort. He carefully glanced around before entering, shutting the door behind him. Inside, he found himself to be in a poorly lit storage room. Stacks of old wooden crates towered around, some entangled in long, dusty cobwebs like fish caught in nets. The air itself smelled of oil fluid and musty loaves of bread. The amount of dust in the air managed to tickle the back of his throat. Jonathan continued through the room, being cautious to not draw attention to his presence. The faint light seeping in the room emanated through the cracks of a large set of wooden double doors. Sneaking to the doors, he placed his ear up against it to listen. He heard a few voices on the other side before they grew faint in the distance. Carefully, he gave the knob a twist, all the while pulling the door open to take a peek inside. Immediately, his face met with a calm airstream flooding his nose with an aroma of rich, sweet fragrances he couldn't describe. His eyes regarded a massive candlelit hallway decorated with walls of gold and white. Golden columns permeated from the walls expanding to the ceiling, running along both sides of the hallway. Exquisite portraits draped the walls amid the spaces of the columns, each depicting a man or woman posing in a manner of prominence. A radiant red carpet accompanied the hallway, gracefully stretching down its wide corridors. Jonathan's eyes widened, taking in the glorious sight behind him. He had never known such a beautiful configuration existed. Another loud applause from further within drew his attention back to the sights that captivated him. He frantically looked around, attempting to find some manner of entrance that could grant him an audience to the show. Making his way down the hallway, he came to a large circular room. The room was similar to that of the hallway, containing identical golden columns hugging the walls with more portraits just the same. However, a few sets of furniture were present, including a few chairs and tables that could entertain many people. Another hallway could be seen to the right, where he heard the applause erupt louder. Jonathan was ready to head towards it, but began to hear voices from within approaching his direction. Panicking, he quickly looked around the room to locate a place to conceal his presence. Finding nothing, his heart began to race frantically until he noticed a wooden staircase to the left. Without hesitation, he bolted up the stairs, which led to a stiff door. It took several pushes with his shoulder, but he was able to finally budge it a second before the voices arrived in the room below. The new area he had entered appeared to be an attic of the sort, housing similar stacks of crates like below, entangled in the cobwebs. A few rats scampered across the floor before disappearing into the darkness. The attic itself was hard to see in, with minuscule strands of light escaping out through the cracks of the floorboard. While he stood there, letting his eyes adjust to the dark, a voice startled him. It sounded muffled, but spoke as if addressing many people. It sounded near, so he began making his way through the attic, using the voice as a guide. He held his hands up to prevent himself from walking into any of the stacks. Even so, he tripped a few times. He finally came across a wooden frame with a set of old curtains drawn across. Behind the curtains, he could hear the applause even louder. His heart began to beat faster with anticipation. He reached for the curtains, pulling them to the side. Immediately, a cloud of dust was released into the air. He coughed a little while fanning the smog of particles away. When he gazed back at the window, his heart dropped. Below him, he could see countless rows filled with people down in the theater. All of them were at the edge of their seat, admiring the prospect before them. Jonathan's eyes surveyed through the rows, guiding them to where the rows met the stage. Before he could view the man upon it, he heard his voice echo throughout the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being the lovely audience that you have been all night.
Jonathan's eyes grew wide while a smile formed into a full-blown grin. It was him, the great Occam Cobb. With all his luck in the world, his eyes were able to gaze upon the greatest magician of all time, and without a ticket. The stage was massive with tall velvet curtains to its side, looming to meet the height of the immense ceiling. Occam Cobb himself appeared trivial upon it, but confident with his arms extended out, radiating from the illumination focused on him.
It is with my greatest pleasure that I introduce to you the final and most intricate spectacle in my hat to conclude this miraculous evening.
Two women appeared from opposite sides of the stage, each rolling a tall, thin black box that stood vertically. Each box had golden letters engraved upon them. The first displayed witness, while the second, greatness. They placed the boxes at opposite ends of the stage. At that moment, the orchestra erupted in a loud, ambitious melody.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to witness is an act so simple, so mind-blowing that it must be viewed twice to believe it. Imagine, for a second, the idea of being in two places at once, all under a single second, to be in one location and then a next in the blink of an eye.
The orchestra increased its tempo to further amplify the moment. It was working. Jonathan was leaning closer, eager to see what impossible feat he was describing. Below, the audience could be seen doing the same.
I am proud to present the Occam Transporter.
The audience rendered another loud wave of applause before immediately dying down, eager to hear how the trick would work.
Behold, behind me you see my two lovely assistants have brought forth unto you 2 boxes.
He exclaimed, holding up 2 gloved fingers.
To your left,
He gestured to the box labeled Witness.
I will step inside and enclose myself within that box.
He turned his attention to the one on the right.
I will attempt to transport myself from the first box into the next in just 1 second.
The crowd began to murmur among themselves in dissatisfaction. He paused before curling his fingers onto his chin, similar to that of the newspaper photo.
I can tell that some of you have your doubts. In fact, I think some of you think that I, the great Occam Cobb, can do better. Well, you're right.
A long chain emerged from the ceiling hovering above the left witness box.
What if I told you that I can ante up the stakes and lift the box containing me and drop it? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I will plummet to my doom if I cannot indeed transport myself from that container to the next.
Jonathan bit his lip in discontent. He did not like the sound of this act. The audience seemed to feel the same way, issuing a light clap, all the while murmuring among themselves.
And if that wasn't enough, the box I will be contained in will be secured with a lock.
One of his assistants gracefully paraded the lock in the air. At this moment, the audience grew even more rowdy. The magician extended his arms outward.
Without further delay,
He exclaimed, and immediately turned around, facing the left box. His smiling assistant opened the door for him. He walked inside the tight box, facing the audience inside. His assistant shut the door. His voice, although muffled, could still be heard within.
now my lovely assistant will apply the lock to the box.
At his cue, she applied the large padlock to the box's door.
She will now attach the chain to my case.
Again she moved on cue, climbing a small ladder brought out. At the top, she attached the chain to the box's top ring. When she climbed down, she removed the ladder. The chain began to hoist the box high into the air. Everyone at the moment was dead silent, including Jonathan. A series of knocks could be heard coming from within the case.
I assure everyone that I am still within the box. Please ensure that you do not pull eyes away. Not even for a second, or you dare to miss the opportunity to...
He continued before pausing.
Witness.
At that last mutter of the word, the chain released, plunging the box swiftly to the ground. Everyone gasped out in fear as it fell shattering into many pieces. However, the moment the box touched the ground, the door to the second box swung open.
Greatness.
The magician exclaimed, finishing his sentence from before without delay. It took a second for the audience to register what had happened, yet when they did, they quickly erupted into thunderous applause louder than ever conceived that night. Many of them rose to their feet, clapping and cheering as they did. Jonathan clapped as well from his position, filled with a mixture of reverence and angst. He had done it, performed the impossible, and amazed with true wonder. The magician smiled gracefully, taking the hand of his assistants, rendering both a light kiss. Afterwards, he issued a bow. The curtains began to gracefully descend, but stopping when he held up a hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, I informed you earlier that the trick would happen so quick that you would need to see it twice. So, how about it? Would you?
The applause died with the crowd murmuring among themselves before sitting down quietly.
I thought as much. However, I, being the great Occam Cobb, couldn't simply lull you into watching the same trick exactly. Oh no. As always, the stakes must be raised. So that's why I am giving one of you the lucky opportunity to be the one transported,
he exclaimed, extending his arms outward again. A slight delay occurred before the audience issued a light clap, continuing to murmur amongst each other.
Who dares to leave this world in a second and return in another?
He asked, pointing his finger among the seating. One of his assistants rolled another case in, setting it in front of the broken shards of the last box. The new box had the same word, witness, engraved across it. Again, Jonathan bit his lip. What he would do to be a part of that act.
I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that the box will not be suspended like the other. So there is no cause for alarm. So who will dare take the trip? Who will venture into the unknown?
There was a long pause until a man abruptly stood up from the back. I say, sir, we have a beautiful woman back here who would love to volunteer. The woman sitting next to him shook her head in dismay, playfully hitting the man to stop. However, he pressed on, jokingly urging her to do so.
Ah, yes, come along, milady.
Jonathan could see her crossing her arms in discontent, firmly glaring at the man still standing beside her.
It looks to me the lady is shy.
The crowd released a chortle. Jonathan could see the woman sinking into her seat from embarrassment.
Perhaps. A round of applause will grant her the courage she needs,
he requested, clapping his hands together. The audience followed suit, applauding. The woman began to blush before finally conceding. She stood up, making her way to the stage. The magician helped her up the small set of stairs, planting a kiss upon her hand once she was safely up. She was beautiful with short locks of blonde hair. Her white dress glimmered in comparison to the jewelry athwart her neck. Her thin figure was very much apparent from the firm press of the dress.
And what do I have the pleasure of calling you?
Carol, she responded, blushing.
Well, Carol, it is truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance,
the magician said, issuing another small kiss to her hand. She blushed harder at this notion.
Now, Carol,
he said, guiding her over to the first box.
You saw here how the trick works. I am going to place you into this box, wave my hands, and in a mere second, you will get to experience firsthand the Occam Transporter,
he said, gesturing to the box on the right. The woman swallowed a little. She spoke rather soft, her voice barely carrying across the stage. What do I have to do? The man smiled, turning his attention to the audience.
Carol, here, asked a very important question. She asked, what will she have to do? And I tell her, as I tell you, nothing. Nothing, my dear. All you have to do is enter that box, and I will do the rest. Are you ready?
She swallowed again before giving a light nod with a sheepish smile.
Okay, then,
he responded, guiding her closer to the left box. The orchestra began playing their aspiring music once again. Once the woman was in front of the door, he opened it and helped her in. Immediately, he shut the door and began knocking against the box with his fist while addressing the audience. This struck Jonathan rather odd. It was possible it was just a coincidence, but the knocks almost sounded identical to the ones earlier. He quickly shook it off, though, ready to see if the great magician could fulfill his promise.
Ladies and gentlemen, witness,
he yelled, pointing to his assistant to open the other box's door.
Greatness!
She opened the door, and as promised, the woman appeared on the other end. The assistant helped her out of the box, and the audience erupted into another thunderous applause. Strangely, though, the woman held her hand up to the air as if everything around was too bright. She almost appeared dazed. the magician briskly walked over to her, taking her hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carol.
The audience continued to applaud. He took a bow while still holding her hand. The woman smiled weakly before being guided back down the stairs. Jonathan curiously watched as she continued to appear dazed before finally being guided back to the gentleman she was seated with. With that, the magician took one final bow, with the echoing of applause still roaring. The curtains made their descent soon after, fully concealing the stage. The audience below began making their way to the exit of the theater. Jonathan leaned back from the window, contemplating the last few moments he had seen. He felt a smile slowly form across his lips. After waiting for the lingering crowds to leave, he made his way back down the stairs. In the room below, he ensured no one was around before entering it again. It was marginally quiet. He could hear some of the voices of the people from outside faintly through the walls. This was his moment, he thought. This was his opportunity to see the Occam Cobb. His luck had already presented the rare opportunity of catching the most breathtaking magic act ever conceived, and was sure it hadn't ran out yet. Jonathan crept down the hallway leading further into the building. The hallway led him to a much larger room, almost similar in length, but clearly the lobby. At the end, a man was sweeping the floor, guiding the dust towards the set of doors to the entrance of the theater. His back was to Jonathan, allowing him to shuffle through the lobby to the hallway parallel. This new hallway curved around towards the direction of the stage. Coursing through it, he came to a door marked Backstage. After carefully peeking through it and finding it safe, he continued through the other side. Behind the door, the path was dark. Only 2 wall candles lit the way, the ones next to him and the others at the end. The hallway was unlike the other ones. In the light, the walls were adorned with many rough cracks in its dry wooden features. The air back here was cool, as if the wind from outside was coursing in. He could hear the small skittering of feet which suggested the presence of rats. Jonathan sighed softly and began to venture through the corridor. A few times along the way, he felt something brush against his foot. At the end of the hallway, he came across another door. The candlelight was dim, but its rays managed to illuminate the words across the door just enough. Performers only, the sign read. Jonathan pushed open the door. Inside, he found clothing racks with an abundance of outfits hanging from them. A variety of suits hung layered tightly together on several of them, while a plethora of dresses hung from others. The tight cluster of clothing made the room feel almost suffocating. He moved past them and was led to a more open part of the room. To the side, he could see a large full-body mirror up against the wall. A thin desk sat next to the mirror, sporting a chair set aside as if someone had recently left it. Piles of papers filled the top of the desk along with a very peculiar set of gloves. Jonathan slowly approached the desk, recognizing the gloves. His fingers grazed across them, feeling the smooth silk of the fabric. Afterwards, he turned his attention back to the room around.
Hello? Mr. Occam Cobb, sir?
The air was silent as ever. He sighed softly to himself, realizing he had missed his opportunity. He started to make his way back, but stopped when he heard a voice answer him.
Yes? How can I help you, young man?
Immediately, he sprung around, and to his amazement, there stood the great Occam himself. He was a much taller man in person with a thin frame. His black, silky vest hugged tightly against his body, with the sleeves of his white button shirt rolled up to his elbows, his arms crossed. His eyes leered back with a quizzing nature while his sharp chin was raised. Jonathan noticed how the colors of his eyes differed, one being blue, while the other appeared hazel brown. For a second he was speechless, still surprised by his sudden appearance and the fact he was viewing the man he held as an idol.
Well?
Occam continued. Finally, he managed to find his voice.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to inform you that I'm your biggest fan.
The man was silent before replying.
Is that so? Why are you back here?
Jonathan grew quiet again, trying to find the right way to answer. After seeing this for a minute, the man's eyes warmed up. A smile grew across his face.
Did you see the show?
Yes, I did. Well, I saw the last act.
And
it was spectacular.
The smile grew larger on the man's face.
just from your reaction, I can tell you're quite the magic lover. Am I right?
Jonathan nodded excessively, smiling greater than ever.
More than anything, I want to become a great magician, just like yourself, sir.
Occam seemed pleased with this statement, lowering his arms and inviting the boy further in the room.
What's your name, my boy?
It's Jonathan, sir.
Tell me, Jonathan, what kind of acts draw your attention the most?
He asked, taking a seat on the chair.
Well, right now, I've been using cards for my tricks.
Ah, playing cards. Believe it or not, I began my career with playing cards as well. I used to entertain people down on the streets. It seems like it was only yesterday. As you can see, I've come a long way from then. And you can too.
You think so?
Of course, lad. Everyone makes their humble beginnings from one walk of life or another. The important thing to remember is to not forget why you love magic. Your love of magic will keep you going even through the times that grow rough. And believe me, there will be some.
Jonathan nodded, taking in the advice.
Well, sir, I would be lying if I didn't tell you the real reason why I'm here.
Oh? And what is that?
Well, I wanted to show you a trick of my own, if that's okay with you.
The light in his off-colored eyes seemed to grow brighter at the request. He returned another warm smile before crossing his legs and laying his chin in his hand.
I would be delighted.
Excited, Jonathan pulled out the deck of cards from his pocket. Occam stared with distaste when he caught sight of the worn-out appearance of the cards.
I can tell you've been hard at work. However, those cards most certainly will not do.
He scoffed. He pulled out a box of cards from his pocket and held them out for the boy. Jonathan simply looked at the box depicting the image Occam on the front, and then at the man with uncertainty.
Please, take them. You can use them when you become the next great magician. A great magician always performs with his best.
Jonathan smiled gratefully, taking them. Occam took his beaten deck and placed it on the desk behind him. Jonathan removed the cards from the box. The fresh scent of the cards filled his nose, an aroma he hadn't experienced in a long time. He carefully stuffed the box in his pocket as to not damage it and began shuffling the deck. He was nervous, feeling his heart heatedly pound against his chest. He glanced at the magician ever so often while shuffling the cards. The man was instinctively focused on them. It was clear he was no stranger to hasty deceits that the hand could portray with cards, even in the initial shuffle. This notion only further instilled tension in his heart. After the cards were thoroughly shuffled, he took a deep breath. There was nothing to worry about, he thought. He had practiced for days with little end until his very hands cramped from fatigue. He just had to perform the trick one more time. He held out the deck of cards, still stacked neatly.
Can you please select the card on top, sir?
The request seemed to puzzle the man.
You want me to select a card now without fanning them out?
Jonathan swallowed at this before answering with a slight squeak in his voice.
Yes, sir.
Occam frowned a little before picking up the card to view.
Do not let me see the card.
Jonathan split the deck in half, holding each part in one hand.
Okay, if you would, sir, place your card back in the deck.
He continued, holding the hand with the lower portion of the deck out. Immediately, the magician complied as instructed, setting the card face down. Following the action, Jonathan placed the upper set of cards atop.
I will now shuffle the cards,
he informed, beginning to mix them. Without warning, the cards suddenly slipped from his fingers, scattering across the floor below. Jonathan froze, closing his eyes in shame while biting his lip. Occam was unfazed, although his displeased expression had expanded across his face.
That's quite all right. Accidents happen, my dear boy. The show must continue nonetheless.
Jonathan nodded and began picking up the messy array of cards. After a few moments, he managed to obtain them all, standing up ready to face the magician again.
Is it okay if I start over?
Occam issued a light head nod, still residing in his previous posture.
Okay.
Jonathan began. He started to shuffle the cards again. Once the tiresome act was completed, he held out the deck for the man to choose a card for a second time. However, once he reached out a hand to pick a card, Jonathan immediately retracted the deck away.
Is there something wrong, my boy?
Occam questioned with a baffled look.
Well, sir, I was going to have you pick a card, but I realized you never returned the first card you selected.
The man's brow furrowed heavily as a profound contortion appeared across his lips.
I assure you, my boy, that I did indeed return the card. Perhaps in your mishap you did not pick it up? How would you know otherwise?
Perhaps you're right, sir. I guess I must have missed the one under your foot.
The man took a second to gaze down, lifting his foot, and to his surprise, a card was face down underneath. He picked up the card, attempting to hand it to the boy until his eyes glanced at his face. His brow lifted and a heartfelt smile cultivated athwart his lips. He produced a warm laugh, almost uncontrollably for what felt like several long minutes to Jonathan. Unsure what to do, Jonathan simply stood there.
My boy, that was a very interesting and yet bold act, dare I say. Very tricky indeed.
It was Jonathan's turn to smile then.
How did you derive such trick?
Well, when I learned of your coming, I knew I wanted to make a special trick just for you, but I knew it had to be a clever one. However, when I tried to think of one to create, I couldn't. The trick I presented to you now was like the one I saw performed by an old magician on the streets. His act was similar, but more elaborate. At the time, I didn't know how he did it, but later, I figured it out. That act is what drew me into magic in the first place.
Occam placed his hand on Jonathan's shoulder, simply amused.
It is moments like those that true magic is realized. To have the idea to instill the same spellbinding moment that was casted upon yourself onto others. Thank you for sharing your act with me, Jonathan.
No, thank you, sir.
Jonathan replied, rendering a light bow. After issuing one last appreciation, he began to make his way out.
How would it sound,
Occam called out behind him,
to learn a new trick or two from me?
Immediately, Jonathan sprung around.
Learn a new trick? From you? The great Occam Cobb?
That's right. I can take you under my wing and teach you prevailing tricks to showcase for everyone you know. While I'm still in town, that is. Sadly, I depart at the end of the week. But I'm confident that you can master such rudiments in time as you did so in preparation for an audience with me. What do you say?
Jonathan gave an answer without hesitating.
Of course, I would love to. Thank you, sir, for the honor.
With a pleased look, Occam beamed.
Excellent, my boy. Simply make your return every evening as you did so tonight, and I will instruct upon you a new trick for you to rehearse.
Yes, sir. I won't let you down,
Jonathan replied. His eyes began to look at the ground, though.
Yet, how will I get past the ticket man? To tell the truth, sir, I didn't exactly walk through the front door to see the show.
The man produced a light chuckle. With the card from earlier still in his hand, he cupped it before revealing it again. It had changed.
Use this,
he said, handing it to Jonathan. Jonathan glanced at the object. The card was much larger with a picture of Occam Cobb with his arms stretched out. Above his picture, the words "All Access Pass" stood bolded out.
Show that to the doorman, and he'll let you in without a fuss. You can even view my show again. All of it, this time, from the front row seat.
Filled with joy beyond measure and without warning, he gave the man an alarming hug of compassion. The notion caught Occam off guard, but he quickly collected himself. After the tenderizing moment, he bid the boy farewell. A few tears had formed in Jonathan's eyes, but he made sure not to reveal them. He simply made his way out to the door with his prize pass in hand and a new deck of cards. Promptly, he halted on the other side. He realized he had forgotten his old deck of cards being caught up in the moment earlier. Sure, he had new cards, but he wanted to only use them when performing in front of others like Occam had instructed. He decided that his old cards would be the deck to use while he practiced. He returned through the door, ready to excuse his second intrusion, but was quickly terrified at the action he perceived. Occam Cobb was nowhere to be seen. Well, almost. The moment he stepped past the clothing racks, he witnessed the back heel of the magician pull through the mirror on the wall, vanishing on the other side. The mirror's reflective surface rippled from the action momentarily prior to settling back into its flat appearance. Jonathan was starstruck, frozen in terror and astonishment. Rubbing his eyes for a second, he stared at the mirror, which simply offered back his reflective, confused expression. Had he really seen such an act? Cautiously, he approached the mirror, hesitantly holding out a hand. He flinched for a second when it touched the surface, having expected his hand to pass through, but instead it only met the hard surface. Now he was very confused. It shouldn't have been that far-fetched. He was in fact dealing with the great Occam Cobb, the greatest magician, right? Yet, despite trying to convince himself of this ordeal, a deep sensation sat at the bottom of his stomach, fabricating an unpleasant vibe. As if what he had witnessed wasn't enough, something else threw him off. Emitting from the mirror, at least what he thought was the source, was the slightest breeze of cool air. It was as if a window was cracked open, or rather it felt more like someone was softly blowing cool air in his face. The breeze felt odd when it met against his skin. Its chilly winds not only felt icy, but it was accompanied with the slightest tickle. It felt like someone was softly dragging the tips of their fingers across his cheeks, as if carefully caressing his skin. A sharp shiver quickly pulsated through his body. The thought of an unseen figure standing before him was quite eerie, but it was impossible. He shook the thought off and grabbed his old deck of cards before swiftly making his way out and back home. The next evening, Jonathan was eager to return to the theater. Upon finishing his work, he immediately bolted to the building without stopping home. He opted to not inform his mother about the pass and knew she would be working her usual long hours. At the theater, Jonathan could see another large crowd of people waiting in line for the door. They looked at him funny when they saw him join among them. Obvious his attire was nothing in comparison to theirs. He didn't care, though. Unlike them, he had an all-access pass and a guaranteed front row seat. When he reached the door, the ticket man gave him the same questioning look. Jonathan proudly presented him the pass, which still made the man stare at the boy with a suspicious expression for having it. However, he eventually let Jonathan through, who was then escorted by another gentleman. The man led him through the main lobby he recognized from the previous evening. The other guests inside were talking amongst themselves while admiring the interior decorations. A few gave snobbish glares at him. Jonathan was taken through a set of large double doors leading to the main theater ceiling. The room appeared much grander than when he was in the attic above. On the ground, he could see just how extraordinarily high it really was for the ceiling. He wasn't able to tell then, but now he could clearly note the rows of seating elevating the further back they stretched. The stage was massive as ever and almost intimidating up close, but it was beautiful nonetheless. To the far right next to the stage, Jonathan saw the musicians, mumbling among themselves and tuning their instruments. The conductor was an elderly man standing upon a perch beaming instructions to a few of the players. Jonathan was led to a seat in the center of the rows. He thanked the man and proceeded to sink into the seat. It was surprisingly comfortable with a soft cushion. He smiled to himself, still not believing where he was. After several long minutes, everyone eventually had found their own seats. Soon after, the orchestra began to play, signaling the beginning of the show. Occam Cobb emerged from the backstage smiling and then bowing. For a moment, his eyes caught Jonathan's and he rendered a slight nod in his direction. From then, The show went on as planned, with Jonathan breathlessly watching all the performances conducted. After the show, Jonathan returned to the backstage to meet Occam. The magician was there and instructed a new trick for him to learn as promised. This continued throughout the week, with Jonathan practicing hard on his newly learned tricks when he could. He returned every evening to watch the show and later performed the trick he was taught in front of the magician to receive any necessary critique. One evening, after Jonathan's time with Occam had expired, he lingered behind. He hadn't forgotten about the strange event he had witnessed the first night. Furthermore, he was too afraid to question the magician about it, fearing he might anger him. Instead, Jonathan wanted to witness the magician conduct the act in its entirety. After viewing many of his shows, he began to suspect the Occam transporter was tied to the event. He remembered the series of knocks Occam did and realized that he did so every time for that particular performance, and it was always done in the same manner. Jonathan just needed to see it one time to confirm his theory. Hiding behind one of the clothing racks, he peered inside the room. Inside, the man was simply reading the newspaper. An hour or two went by, and Jonathan's legs began to feel a sharp cramp of pain from standing so long, but he ignored the pain. He needed to see this. Finally, Occam checked his pocket watch. Afterwards, he took up his dress jacket, pulling it on, ensuring it was properly fitted. From there, he approached the mirror. He issued 2 quick knocks near the top, followed by a delayed one in the middle. Next, he issued 2 final knocks slightly lower below the first 2. Jonathan watched in bewilderment as the man took a step into the mirror until his entire body had disappeared. The mirror rippled momentarily before settling into its solid stance like before. He couldn't believe it. He was right. The knocks were the same. It was how he was able to transport himself on the stage. He walked up to the mirror, seeing his reflection stare back in amazement. A light, cool breeze met with his face. Once again, he felt a chill fall down his spine until feeling the gentle brushing across his skin. It felt stronger than before, as if several more fingers were eerily caressing his skin in long strokes. He shivered out of impulse, attempting to brush the feelings away. He bit his lip again. Curiosity had fixated its roots unfathomably in him. He needed to know what was behind it. Raising a shaking hand, he began to mimic the knocks of the magician. Upon issuing the final knock, he could tell the mirror had changed. It was no longer just a mirror. He held up his hand to the surface, slowly edging towards it. He could feel the draft against his hand, the feeling of many more ghostly fingers brushing against it. When his hand finally met with the surface, it felt like it was being submerged into an icy pool of water. The mirror rippled across, distorting his reflection. This was it, he thought. He closed his eyes and stepped forward, completely submerging inside. Jonathan stumbled in, reaching the other side of the would-be door. At first glance, he thought he had forgotten to open his eyes, but realized that he had done so after blinking a few times. The world around, everything, was completely black. His eyes could not distinguish if the ground existed or if he was floating in an ocean of nothingness. It all seemed like one. The same waft from before streamed around him effortlessly. Its invisible fingers now evolved from caressing his skin to tapping as if someone or something was trying to gain his attention. With each tap, he spun around, his heart colliding against his chest, expecting to meet the face of his would-be tormentor, only to be met by the perpetual void around. The taps grew in frequency, touching him all over. The more they did, the more they felt like hands. Hands that were brushing, caressing, and grabbing. He couldn't help but jolt in fear to every direction he felt. Each sensation felt new, never like the other, only instilling more terror. His eyes scanned in horror at every angle, but darkness was all he could see. At moments, it felt like his eyes could perceive a strange figure or shape before him, but when he blinked, it mended back to the same veil of black. It wasn't just the hands that were tormenting him. It was the obscuring darkness, too. He could feel his stomach churn, feeling nauseous as if the world around him was spinning, not him. Even his head felt light. He needed to get out. He couldn't bear this world any longer. He couldn't control his breathing. Was the area getting smaller? Was it even as big as he thought it was? Maybe it was all just a small room, and he was trapped inside. He reached around, hoping to feel the entrance for the mirror, but all he could feel was empty air. His heart's tempo was now an echoing crash against his chest, beating in his ears like a ceremonious drum. He flung his arms around helplessly, hoping to feel for anything. Without warning, he felt something forcefully grab his hand, yanking him forward before harshly letting him go. He immediately shrilled out in horror, falling back and shutting his eyes. Tears managed to escape through his eyelids.
I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home.
He repeatedly whispered to himself, rocking softly. Hesitantly, he slowly opened his eyes, ready to gaze upon whatever horror had grabbed him. Yet, his eyes once again only met with the teasing black obscurity. He wanted to believe nothing was there, but his senses had their own agenda, filling his mind with horrid anomalies in the abyss before him. There's nothing there, he thought to himself. He needed to believe it. Jonathan didn't know what to do. What was going to happen to him now? Was he going to die here? And if he did, no one, not even his mother, would know what had happened to him or even where to find him. A few more tears began to stream from his eyes with the realization of the inevitable hopelessness. Upon lifting his hand to rub them, he noticed a faint light across it. A light glow emanated from his hand. It looked as though his fingers were covered in ink or paint of some kind. Inspecting the ground, he realized the origin of the strange substance derived from whatever appeared to be a footprint. It puzzled him because he hadn't noticed it before. Perhaps his eyes hadn't adjusted yet. Looking even closer, he realized there were more footprints in a trail heading away from his location. It was Occam Cobb. It had to be him, he thought. A feeling of relief came to him, eager to find the magician. At this point, he didn't care if the man would be angry with him. He just wanted to get out of this place. He made his way forward, following the footprints. They curved in odd directions, but continued to stretch onward. It felt like hours had passed as he followed them. By now, Jonathan finally realized that the tormenting hands had ceased. He wasn't sure why they had or when exactly their foreign touches had stopped. Maybe it was something to do with the substance he accidentally touched? Did the stuff somehow keep them at bay? It felt like more time had elapsed, and Jonathan was beginning to feel impatient, anxious to get free. The more he pressed on, the more he believed he would catch a glimpse of Occam ahead, but he never did. While walking, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone anymore. It felt like something was watching him from the shadows, something with a malicious intent. He didn't know why, but it felt as if whatever was watching him wanted to inflict harm upon him. A few times he couldn't help but turn his head at what he thought were very faint whispers. They were so faint he couldn't decipher them, although he caught one word: stay. He was beginning to feel hopeless again until something ahead caught his eyes. He could barely make out the silhouette of a figure in the distance. It took a minute for his mind to register. It was Occam. Without thinking, he called out, hoping to attract his attention.
Mr. Cobb! Mr. Cobb, wait! It's me! It's Jonathan!
However, he already began to disappear. Tears started pouring out of his eyes at the realization that he was crossing back over to the other world. The world he knew. He would be trapped for sure. He attempted to race to the man's location, still yelling. In response to hearing the boy's voice, though, Jonathan heard a collection of frightening roars. He could feel their vibrations against his skin. All around him, he could hear the harsh pounding of feet, as if a stampede of large beasts were sprinting towards him. Whatever dwelled in this darkness, it was coming for him. He was now at a full sprint, focusing his eyes on the last location he saw Occam. The things behind him were closing in on him quickly, their roars echoing all around. Below him, Jonathan's eyes watched in horror as the glowing footprints started to fade before him. He could start to feel the tips of fingers touching his face again, now accompanied by the whispers. The whispers grew louder, amplifying into deafening roars, all blaring the same single word: stay. Hot tears continued to fall from Jonathan's face. His lungs were burning profusely. He couldn't stop now. He knew the things were right behind him, ready to do God knows what to him. His legs began to cramp from exhaustion, but he ignored the pain with all his willpower until he slammed into what felt like a wall. A sharp pain spread across his nose and lips. His head was throbbing immensely. Despite this, he stumbled quickly to his feet, feeling across the would-be wall. Behind him, he could hear the pounding of feet and roaring growing closer. His head was full of the voices now screaming the word at him. The feelings of hands had escalated to painful grabs. They were squeezing him tightly, holding him back for the beings behind him. He screamed uncontrollably while banging against the wall to be let out, but was given no response. He could feel the invisible hands tug at his shirt, now pulling him back, practically dragging him with great force. He could feel his body begin to lose balance. When he glanced back, he could barely distinguish a large mass of black figures, blacker than even the world around, darting towards him. How could something be darker than this abyss? Suddenly, he felt a hand grab his arm and promptly jerk him forward through the wall onto the other side. Blinding light consumed Jonathan, throwing him momentarily into a realm of pure white. When the light subsided, his eyes came into focus upon the concerned gaze of a man before him. It was Occam Cobb. The remaining world came into view. They were in a room, a fairly big one. It appeared very elegant, garnishing a large king-size bed. Several pieces of furniture sat around the room, glowing in an ostentatious brown that was similar of the walls around. The sweet aroma of fruit and honey graced the air. Upon seeing Occam, Jonathan swiftly embraced him, clinging tight. He shook endlessly, not letting go, with tears streaming down his face. Occam held a confused and guilty look on his own face.
It's all right, lad. You're safe now.
Occam said, calmly rubbing his back. After several minutes, he pried the boy loose from his chest, promising another set of assuring words for his safety. He left into another room momentarily when Jonathan could hear the sound of water. Shortly after, Occam returned with a wet towel in his hand. He gently brought the towel to Jonathan's face, who felt a sharp pain when he did.
I'm sorry, but your nose and lip is bleeding.
Words finally returned to Jonathan.
Oh, where are we?
In a hotel, not too far from the theater.
Occam replied, still applying the towel to his face.
I know what you're thinking right now. I know you must have so many questions.
Jonathan remained silent, looking down at his arms, which were plagued sparsely with purple bruises. The imprints of fingers and even full hands could vaguely be seen embedded among them. Occam continued, saying that it's a lot to take in, especially since that's how he felt when Occam first went there himself. Jonathan asked, "And where is there?" Occam became motionless. After a minute, he sighed and made his way to the bed to sit.
I suppose you deserve an explanation. In my early career, before all the fame, before I had a single cent to my name, and the name Occam Cobb was but just that, I traveled the world. Back then, I was an ambitious one, eager to find better ways to improve the little tricks I had mastered. You see, my boy, I know what it feels like to endlessly search one's mind for an idea to create true wonder in people's eyes. What I did come up with didn't seem flashy enough. They were all just foolish little tricks. Child's play, really. Pardon my words.
He paused for a second to run his hand through his hair.
I wanted to show people real magic. I craved for it so much that I was willing to do anything to get it. Unfortunately, I found what I was looking for. I had a rather wealthy friend who was in debt to me. In return for his assistance, I was willing to consider the debt paid. So he funded my travels, including any guides or translators that I needed. My travels brought me to the heart of the East, where I stumbled upon an old underground site. You should have seen it, my boy. It was truly magnificent, almost like an underground city going on for miles. We could have spent a year down there and still barely cracked the surface of learning all of what truly was there.
A smile was across his face when he explained this, but it soon faded.
Then we found the library. With my translator, we learned what the place was and who had created it through the library's recorded texts. The place used to be the home of cultists who worshipped and conducted rituals down there. I, of course, wasn't interested in any of that. What did interest me were the incantations they conducted. The cultists were able to perform miraculous things. They were able to cloak themselves, bend the elements, even open doors to other worlds. I should have heeded my guide and translator's warnings. But like the fool I was, I didn't want to hear it. I coerced them to reveal the secrets onto me. After that day, everything changed. Oh, I wish I could correct that fateful day. I learned a great deal of dark magic at that time, some of which you have seen in my performances. However, the most noteworthy one you know to be the Occam Transporter. The simple act involves opening a door to another world as noted. In that world, time doesn't exist. It normally takes me what would be about an hour's time to traverse from one door to another in that world. But back in this world, a mere second is all that elapses. You've experienced this world for yourself. You've felt its exceptionalism, haven't you?
Jonathan swallowed hard at the mention of this.
The door to that world can be opened by rendering a series of knocks in a unique pattern. This pattern derives from the ritual conducted by the cultists.
I don't understand. Why would they want to enter a world like that?
If you recall, I mentioned that the cultists conducted their rituals in worshipping in the underground city. They worshipped what they referred to as the Teneborsi, roughly translated as the dark, shadowy ones.
A strong shiver quickly crept down Jonathan's back. His memory dawned on the figures he had seen earlier before Occam managed to pull him back. He was grateful his eyes were not able to view them clearly, but even so, the image of their obscure forms, even darker than the world itself, still brought faint tears in his eyes.
In that world, the Teneborsi dwell. In the texts, we found out they taught the earlier cultists how to use dark magic. In the end, the cultists began to worship the beings. In return for their knowledge, the cultists conducted sacrifices to them.
Sacrifices? What kind of sacrifices?
Occam paused for a moment before continuing on, ignoring the question.
I began the study of the arts, learning as those cultists of past had done so. Soon, I was able to devise a way that would suit a performance in front of audiences without divulging the fact that I really was using magic.
I don't understand. I saw you in that place. Those things noticed me, but they didn't notice you.
Trust me, lad. They did more than notice you. Teneborsi are a greedy bunch, lad. They would sooner fight amongst themselves to obtain their prize. They act as simple observers, only in the beginning. When the time is right, they pounce, trying to beat the other from reaching their target.
Jonathan gulped ever harder.
They don't notice me because I veil myself in the same manner as the cultists. They had special material so that beings would know who the sacrifice was. I had this material applied to all of my clothes, although it doesn't last very long. I've done the same with my shoes. I'm sure you noticed my glowing footprints.
Jonathan took a second to glance down at them.
A brutal bunch. But those people were cunning enough to use special incantations in their footwear. This allowed them to find their way back from the darkness. There you see. Now you know all my secrets.
True, but there's just one thing you haven't answered.
Occam's frown returned, knowing the question already.
The sacrifices. Am I right?
Jonathan simply nodded. The magician took another long, solemn sigh.
I am not a madman. I assure you. What I do without choice and in complete discontent.
A few tears started to swell up in his eyes.
The veil from my clothes, it only lasts a short time.
A tear began to roll down his cheek.
And those things, they cornered me one day. They threatened to... What they would do to me, I cannot put into words.
His face was now in his hands, and he was bawling out in tears. Jonathan didn't know what to do, but for some reason his body reacted, placing his hand on the man's shoulder for comfort.
They asked me to send the others in my place. If I did so, I could use the realm for whatever I please. More so, they would leave me unharmed.
How did you...
Jonathan began to ask, but stopped in his words, realizing the answer for himself.
That's right, my boy. The second part of my transporter act. When I ask the audience to volunteer, I'm really asking for a sacrifice to those fiends.
Jonathan backed away from the man. His thoughts sprung on all the people he had witnessed volunteer for the act. He even recalled wishing he could be a part of the act.
What happens to them?
I don't know. The cultist texts only mentioned that they couldn't take the light of our world. It's too bright for them. I simply know that people enter that world, but what returns in their place isn't a human being anymore.
Another shiver fell down Jonathan's back.
What do they want?
At that moment, Occam gave Jonathan the most frightening look he had ever seen from the man. It was a look of pure uncertainty.
I do not know.
The awkward silence between the two lasted for minutes before Occam finally rose to his feet. He walked over to a table in the corner and proceeded to pour himself a glass of bourbon. The silence continued as he sipped on the glass, slowly staring off into space. Finally, Jonathan spoke out, unable to cope with the quietness.
You should stop this.
Occam appeared unfazed at the words, as if not hearing them. Jonathan repeated his words. In return, Occam chuckled to himself.
If only it were that simple, my boy.
But it is. You can't keep handing these people over to them. You're killing them.
They are killing them, lad, not I. I'm simply a courier,
he said, sipping his glass without looking back.
Handing them over makes you as much of a killer as them.
The words did not seem to sit well with Occam. He threw his glass into the wall before running up to the boy and grabbing him.
I am no killer. I am nothing like those things. They do it. It's all them. It always was.
His eyes blared like a madman, peering deep into Jonathan's as he shook the boy. Seeing the fear engulf the boy's eyes, he swiftly released his grip.
I'm sorry, lad. I can't do what you're asking of me. Every time I enter that world, I am reminded of the horror I do. I can feel them touching me, feel their sorrows seep upon my face. I'm sorry. My hands are tied, and I don't know what to do.
Jonathan placed his hand on his shoulder.
You once told me to never forget why I loved magic, that my love for it would be the reason enough to help me through the rough times. What this isn't magic. It's evil. You know what to do.
The man calmly looked at Jonathan, pulling away soon after.
I'm sorry, child. I cannot do what you ask of me.
With that answer, Jonathan reached into his pockets, pulling out the 2 decks of cards, his worn-out one, and the newer deck given to him by Occam. He handed the cards over to Occam, who returned a puzzled gaze. Afterwards, he slowly walked over to the door.
It's my life or theirs, child.
Occam muttered weakly with a trembling lip. Jonathan opened the door, turning around to the man.
I know. I also know you lost your love for magic. You used to be Occam Cobb, the greatest magician in the world. You were my idol. Right now, it's your life you love the most. If this is where magic takes you, then I'm done with it,
he said coldly, shutting the door behind him, leaving the man alone. He took his time walking home. While he did, he recalled the words his mother pushed on him the days before. She knew one day he would get over magic. And somehow inside, he knew she would be right, but deep down, it wasn't the reason he thought it would be for. The following day, the paper's headline read, "The Great Occam Cobb's final performance will be held tonight."
It's the last day to see your idol. You going to it, kid?
Jonathan shook his head softly.
No, I think I'm over him.
The answer gave Mr. Garrett a puzzled look. He was ready to question the boy further on it, but Jonathan had walked away to complete his work. Mr. Garrett soon shrugged the matter off and returned to reading his newspaper. The following day, Jonathan was met with an alarming headline. "The Great Occam Cobb Vanishes." The headline caught his attention, and he began reading the article out loud.
Occam Cobb, known as the greatest magician of our time, set out to perform his final show over the evening. The magician has been doing well, selling out tickets to all his shows for the entire week. His performances dazzled audiences with never-before-seen marvels. His most noteworthy one, the Occam Transporter, had audiences baffled beyond belief. However, events took a turn when the famed magician elected to transport an audience member, having already done so by himself. Audiences were thrown for a loop when Cobb elected to enter the box again instead of the selected volunteer. Even stranger, the audience was surprised when the magician never appeared in the other box as prior depicted. At first, the audience thought it was a joke, but when the magician never appeared after several minutes, people began to worry. As of now, local officials are investigating. If anyone has information on Occam Cobb's disappearance, they are to contact local authorities immediately.
Shame of a thing indeed. Sorry about all that, kid.
Mr. Garrett replied, overhearing him read the article. Jonathan didn't respond. He had done it, he thought. He defied them. He felt a small smile form across his lips. He was a true lover of magic after all. Many years later, Jonathan became a successful businessman. At some point, he managed to earn enough to take care of his mother. They moved away from the city, owning a nice house in the countryside. His mother, who no longer had to work long hours, spent most of her days attending the garden of the house. One day, Jonathan was in the city for business. While passing an old newspaper stand, he caught sight of the headline, "Be amazed as a man claiming to be the once great Occam Cobb performs tonight." The article struck Jonathan odd, but he shrugged it off, believing it to be a man honoring the legacy of Occam. Later that night, he decided to watch the show for old time's sake. That evening, he sat in the middle row. It wasn't as close as the seat he had as a child, but it was close enough. The show began with the orchestra blaring their ambitious instruments like he remembered. He smiled to himself, the moment bringing back nostalgic memories. Immediately after the instruments began playing, a man emerged upon the stage. He looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until he stepped clear into the light that Jonathan could see him. When he did, his heart dropped and his eyes grew big. There, standing on the stage, was Occam Cobb, who appeared as if he hadn't aged a day since the last time he saw him. Even stranger, Occam appeared to squint many times. as if the light was too bright for him to bear.